Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you all being here, joining us today. We will start our study session of Wednesday, January 21st. And items 1, 2, 3 are executive sessions. Ms. Clerk?
Item 1, executive session, administrative order and consent with EPA for ion exchange facility, and is being held pursuant to ARS 38.431.03, A3 and A4. Item 3 is executive session, Arizona Department of Transportation, ADOT versus City of Tucson, notice of claim 31451, and is being held pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. We'll be out in, how long, Roy? 45 minutes. We'll see you in 45 minutes. to return to study session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Your Honor, the appropriate motion is to proceed as discussed in executive session to authorize the city attorney and the city manager to take all actions necessary to enter into and the mayor to execute an administrative order on consent with the EPA to construct an ion exchange facility as part of the Tucson Airport Remediation Project, or TARP.
So moved.
There's a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 4, what is the council's pleasure for item 4? Mr. Attorney?
Your Honor, the appropriate motion would be to proceed as discussed in executive session to authorize the city attorney and the city manager to settle the tort claim number 31451 in the amount of $562,091.34 and to pursue any and all payment arrangements with the Arizona Department of Transportation for that sum.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
There is a motion. May I have a second? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Now we're going to move on to item 5, but I'm going to do a little bit of movement with the agenda. So we're going to do item 5 and then item 7. Then we're going to take a little break and come back to item 6. Okay? So item 5, time has been set aside to provide the mayor and council with an update on delivery of the 2006 RTA program and the RTA Next Plan, with special attention to transit services funded by the RTA. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Joining me here at the table is Director of Transportation Mobility, Sam Credio, who will be giving a brief overview of those items as requested.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. This is our continued discussion on all things related to the RTA. First, I do want to let you all know that there is an upcoming RTA board meeting next week on January 29th. The board packet for that has not been made available yet. We did provide the link to that board packet, or to the website where that board packet will be posted in your material. We do expect that the content discussed with the board will be primarily focused on the delivery of the 2006 RTA plan. In fact, I do understand that RTA staff, together with the jurisdictions, will be providing an update on the completion of the 2006 RTA plan, which brings me to our next item we want to update you on. We did provide a very high-level summary of the remaining projects included in the 2006 RTA plan roadway element. 2 that I do want to draw your attention to is the Downtown Links project, which we are very, very close to completing, and a ribbon cutting is planned for very soon, early 2026, and so we hope that you all can attend that celebration. It's been a long time coming, and we're excited to open that roadway up to all users. And then the second project that I'd like to briefly update you on is the 22nd Street Bridge reconstruction. As you know, we've been working on this for many years now. We have a RAISE grant that was awarded to the City of Tucson on this project, and I'm very happy to report that we're ready to begin construction on 22nd Street Bridge. We had a very successful pre-construction open house last week that was very well attended, and we are holding a groundbreaking ceremony on February 4th. Again, I invite you to join us for that. That is a very exciting occasion because this project is a long time in the making, and we do expect that the road will be closed in the first week of March for about 2.5 to 3 years, with the construction that'll be imminent is the demolition of the existing bridge. So we're very excited to get that project started. And then for the remaining projects, you can see that we're making progress either in planning, design, or construction on all of the remaining projects that the city has to complete in the 2006 RTA plan. The next item that we want to spend the bulk of our time today talking about is the RTA transit element, and specifically the 2006 RTA plan. Just to orient yourselves, annually the City of Tucson and the RTA enter into 2 intergovernmental agreements, IGAs. The first is for projects 44 through 49, and that includes funding for weekday frequency, expansion, nights, weekends, the express service. These were most recently approved by the mayor and council in December. And then the other IGA that we also enter into is for regional transit service, which is primarily for transit outside the city limits in Pima County, South Tucson, and Marana. Again, both of these IGAs were approved not only by the City of Tucson Mayor and Council, but also by the RTA Board. And based on the recently adopted IGAs, the value of the transit service in those IGAs is just shy of $21.8 million. The breakout of that is about $10.3 million allocated for service operated inside the city limits, and then around $11.5 million allocated for service outside the city limits. The other thing that I want to draw your attention to is prior to COVID, we always deducted the fare revenue that we collected on those routes from the IGAs. We've continued to do that, but through a fare revenue credit. And so when you deduct the fare revenue credit from those amounts I just listed, it totals $19.1 million. We did include in the material a table that shows the breakout not only for the various projects, but also across jurisdictions, so you can see exactly how that transit funding is allocated across the region, which the largest receiver of the transit service outside the city limits is Pima County. Then what we did is we took a look at a draft scenario for city-operated transit if in the event that the RTA next vote on March 10, 2026 is not successful. There's a couple assumptions that I want to list for you before we get into the details of this draft scenario. First, we took a look at the baseline service standard, which is providing service from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. We also tried to maintain a weekday frequency of 30 minutes or better and weekend frequencies of 60 minutes or better. The other assumption that we made as well is that the jurisdictions outside the city limits would want to continue to provide their service as it's currently programmed in the system. Once we did that, we took a look at a draft scenario that includes the reduction of approximately 141 daily weekday trips, 205 daily Saturday trips, and 115 daily Sunday trips. That roughly affects the system in terms of reduced service hours on 21 routes, reduced headway frequencies on 13 routes, and 5 of those routes having both service hours and frequency impacted. The other thing I want to draw your attention to is the on-demand service and express service is wholly funded by the RTA. And so this represents a total elimination of 34 daily weekday trips on 11 express routes that would be cut, and the elimination of the 2 on-demand zones. I do want to draw your attention to the maps, either that were handed out to you or on the screen. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time. This wasn't your material. What we tried to do is visually show what the impacts of these service cuts are for both weekdays. Let's see here. There we go. And so as you flip back and forth between these maps, what you can see is the darker colors represent, let's see, the darker colors represent higher frequency, the lighter colors less frequency. And let's go to Sunday. There we go. And so as you can see, as we flip through these, just the changing colors across those different maps. And I'm going to try to go back here. Come on. All right. I'm trying. We go back one more. There we go, right there. And so you can see where those darker colors on weekday service, where the impacts are the most. Also, just want to draw your attention to those dashed lines. That is the service outside the city of Tucson, again, primarily in Pima County, both north of the city, as well as down in the Palo Verde area, and then down in the far southwest. And so what this equates to is that if RTA Next is unsuccessful in March, we do expect that these service changes would be major service changes. We would have to return immediately following that vote to the mayor and council and start the process for major service changes, which includes public outreach, ultimately a public hearing, as well as a service equity analysis, and then finally those changes couldn't take effect until an affirmative vote by the mayor and council. On the contrary, if RTA Next is successful, we would maintain the current service levels, But we'd also look at implementing the recommended service changes that were included in the COA, which was approved back in 2024. Some of those recommended service changes are major service changes and would require the same process I outlined. Again, that work would occur roughly May through July, with service changes taking effect shortly after. The other thing I want to note is that if the RTA Next plan is successful, there is $726 million of transit funding across the 20 years in the plan. Some of that funding does include funding for expanded service. And so we would expect that there would be a dialogue not only with the mayor and council, but our transit advisory committee and other stakeholders about how that expanded transit service would be allocated across the system, with the majority of that funding coming to the city of Tucson, ultimately with the recommendation by the RTA to the RTA board on how to allocate that funding. The last thing I want to leave you with, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions, is just the impacts to Sun Shuttle and Sun Shuttle Dial-A-Ride. That service is operated by the RTA. It's primarily operated outside the city limits. However, there is one route, Route 450, which operates entirely in the city limits between Pima Community College and the Rita Ranch area. And it is expected that with the absence of the RTA Next funding, that the RTA would not be able to operate Sun Shuttle and Sun Shuttle Dial-A-Ride. And with that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Credio. I appreciate you all bringing this information to Mayor and Council and the public. I requested that you bring this item to us so that we could potentially look at a scenario in the future without the investment of Proposition 418 and 419 by residents in Pima County. And one of the questions that I had is, besides I think it's about $10 million a year that fund weekend service and extended hours during the week and all of these other services, are there any, without future RTA, are there any transportation projects of the elements that, for transportation expansion, et cetera, are those affected as well?
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. There are several projects included in the RTA Next plan that are a carryover from the 2006 RTA plan, some of which are required to be included in the plan because there is a change in scope. Others because there's some additional funding that needs to be brought to the table to complete those projects. So not only would those be lost, we do have several projects in the roadway element for the city of Tucson. There are also several categories within the safety category that allows some flexibility for the city of Tucson to invest in active transportation projects, the improvement of our traffic signal infrastructure, as well as funding for safe routes to school projects, aside from the transit funding as well.
What are the 4 projects that were moved to the RTA Next?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the 2 projects that we've not begun work on that were absent from my list here was Houghton Road north of Broadway up to Tanque Verde. That project has been deferred to the next plan. Also 22nd Street West, which is essentially from Keno to I-10. That project and actually both of those projects have scope changes specifically. We also expect that there will be some needed funding for First Avenue as well as Grant Road 5 and 6.
And do those transportation projects affect the general fund?
Mayor, neither of those transportation projects have general fund funding allocation.
But they just would not happen?
They would just not happen. That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. Does the transit elements, what the city of Tucson and the other jurisdictions receive to run their transit systems, do those affect our general fund?
Yes, Mayor. In fact, our transit system is primarily funded through the general fund, and the absence of the RTA Next funding that we outlined in the material, another funding source would have to be found in order to provide that service.
So if we do not receive, I think it's going to be more like $16 million a year if Proposition 418 and 419 pass, then we would have to find approximately $10 million just to keep the services that we have now.
Yeah. Yes, Mayor, that's correct. In the table 1 of your material, we provided a column that lists City of Tucson cost, and just for the service that's provided inside the city limits only, it's $10.268 million.
So in order to provide those transit services, we would either have to cut about $10.6 million worth of transit services or find $10.6 million, I would imagine, from our general fund.
Mayor, we'd have to find another funding source to fill that gap. That's correct.
If not, the services would be cut.
We would have to find some way to reduce costs to the system in order to fund the system.
Okay. I just wanted to open it up for my colleagues on the council, if there's any questions. Councilmember Schubert, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Director Credio, for this information and for DTM staff for putting this memo together. Some just initial thoughts, because my understanding is that this discussion item is for members of the council to provide feedback and ask questions. So my first piece of feedback is that from my perspective, I believe that cuts to transit service should be a last resort, not the first or only scenario to consider. Our prosperity initiative compels us, Plan Tucson compels us, and our current traffic violence levels, which are unacceptably high, also compels us to continue to find creative solutions to keep operating transit as near to the same levels of service that we currently have. I wasn't on the council for some of these discussions leading up to this memo, but my takeaway in reading the memo was that the most obvious path to maintain current levels of transit service throughout the region is to pass RTA next, and if we don't, then it goes away. But I think we're living in a reality where we don't control voters, and we shouldn't be trying to influence them based upon how we're shaping the information that we're giving to them. I'm coming to this meeting fresh from an interaction that I had last night at a neighborhood association meeting. I was cornered by a group of constituents who are very engaged in local issues and expressed many concerns about the plan as it's currently proposed. And these aren't random people. These are well-informed, credible individuals, 2 of whom have held local elected office previously here in Tucson. And they cornered me because they are angry about the plan and feel that it takes us backwards. So I have those constituents and others that I've heard from over the last weeks on my mind as I take up space in this study session. And as you know, Sam, when we met, we had a lot of questions about the memo when we reviewed it one-on-one. So just for full transparency and following Mayor Romero's advice, we did reach out to PAG RTA Executive Director Mike Ortega and PAG attorney Lisa Ann Smith. They weren't able to make it today, but we do have a lot of specific questions. I'm interested in making sure we're not just jumping to the worst case scenario and cutting a service that is so essential to constituents, and that we're exploring all of our options. So we will be meeting on Friday to ask those questions. I just feel that by focusing exclusively on service losses and omitting discussion of backup strategies, shared responsibility, or financial flexibility, we're being asked to support RTA Next based on worst case assumptions rather than a full understanding of all of our options. Something that brings to mind for me was when I was listening back on the RTA board meeting from December 4th. I was listening to the discussion about the funding for the 22nd Street Bridge, because there was a shortfall that was a part of the conversation. Executive Director Ortega indicated that he had found a solution to that funding shortfall, mentioning that we can't let that project fail, and that we should be confident in our partnerships and collaboration to find creative solutions. And it's just hard to not think that we should be doing the same for public transit. If we truly believe that it's a component of the prosperity initiative, which is literally to break generational poverty, I think we need to treat transit as the essential service that it is.
Did you have any questions about alternative?
So we're going to ask those questions on Friday, and I just want to put to my colleagues that I don't want to jump to the worst case scenario and just say it's a black or white situation. So just wanting to open up that conversation. I don't know where it's going to land, but I think we need to be honest and we need to be creative and not just say, all right, transit's on the chopping block, that's it. We're
Right.
done, you know?
Well, as you well know, I have been a supporter of free transit for the last 5 years. I've also sat on the PAG RTA board for the last 6 years. That sometimes it would be better to pull my hair out than sit in those meetings. And, we've had these conversations. And sometimes it felt very lonely, Councilmember Schubert.
I saw you
There are
in
a lot
there.
of
Yeah.
there were a lot of organizations that could have shown up and could have spoke out that didn't. And so I think that as mayor of the city of Tucson, being one voice in that table, I had to fight to make sure that we had the best possible RTA plan to take us into the future. And I agree with you that you can't tell voters, we don't know how voters are going to respond, right? We had the best intentions as mayor and council with Proposition 414 to provide, incredible investments in the safety of our city. And voters said no. And so we don't know what's going to happen in March of this year with Proposition 418 and 419. But as mayor and council, we have a responsibility to talk about the potential consequences of not seeing an initiative that, frankly, all of us at this table worked really hard to get to where it's at. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Could we have more investment? Even though we get to 55% of the investment of the dollars that are coming in for the next 20 years, of course, we could have it all. But I think that it is important that my colleagues here on the council really know what the scenario is, but also, is there bridge funding? Because I think that knowing what happens if RTA next or Prop 418, 419 does not pass, what happens immediately after that, right? And Mr. Tamura, Mr. Credio, would you know, I know we've had these conversations before at the table at the RTA board, but can any leftover money be used for transit services if March 10th does not happen? Can any leftover money that's still coming in be used to pay for transit services, according to what we've heard at the RTA board?
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. It is our understanding that the commitment to fund transit was for 20 years and also to deliver all the projects in the RTA plan. And so it's my understanding that any available fund balance beyond July 1st needs to be used to deliver the projects that have not been delivered, because the commitment to fulfill transit or fund transit service for 20 years has been fulfilled. Now, with that being said, I would suggest, Mayor, that question ultimately be asked of the RTA Executive Director, and they provide a formal response to that question.
Because I think that you're recalling the same thing I am, that we were told by the RTA attorney that the physical projects, like the transportation projects that are in construction right now, have to be finished versus supplanting any of those leftover funds for transit. But I think it would be good to have the RTA attorney possibly write us, the mayor and council, to let us know if those funds could be used as bridge funds. I know that there are some people out in our community that talk about an alternative. I haven't seen any conversations or meetings or any draft plans from anyone to convince me that there is a credible plan that could supplant this particular option for the voters of the region, but would love to. And usually I am of the thought that it should be a yes and yes, right? I furiously believe that investing in ourselves is the only route moving forward. We cannot rely on the federal government to save us. We cannot rely on the state government to save us and invest in us. We must do that on our own. And so for me, it would be a yes and yes. That was my philosophy with, the Proposition 414, that there were some RTA believers that felt as though if we approve 414, 418, and 419 would not pass. I think otherwise, but I'm generally a very positive person. So any other questions, comments, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, for your remarks, and Councilmember Schubert. I feel, also feel that service hours and frequency cuts are the opposite direction, that we need to build a solid regional transit system. And I also feel like as legislators, as people who are in charge of helping balance a budget, we need to have a sobering picture of what we would be facing if the source of funding is no longer there, mostly because our transit system does depend so much on our general fund, on RTA and federal funding, which are not significant. So I think it's just helpful for us to have this information as we wait to see the will of the voters in March, and then have, a follow-up conversation of what this is gonna look like. Because regardless of the RTA, we have ongoing discussions about what do we need for a long-term sustainable funding for our public transit system that needs to happen regardless of RTA. But my question right now, Sam, is for the road projects that are still to be finished by this existing RTA, what are the estimated outstanding costs for completing those city projects?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I don't have those right off the top of my head. We'll provide those to you following the meeting. We can get you that information.
Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to also thank you, Mayor, because I remember when Councilmember Ulick was sitting in the Ward 3 seat. I remember conversations we were having at the table about giving ourselves a timeline to decide what we were going to do. And then when she was in the Ward 6 seat. And so we have been at this for a very long time. And Mayor, you have done a really great job to be our collective voice over the past 6 years at that very difficult table that you occupied. So I want to thank you for that. And I agree, it's not perfect. If you go talk to Ward 4 voters, they would love to see more road projects out in Ward 4 because there are very different needs in different parts of town. And I think that this plan has tried to address as many of the needs and given everybody in different pockets of Pima County some value, and I think that that's really important. I also appreciate Mayor and Sam and City Manager bringing this particular conversation to the table because I love a good contingency plan, and we really do have to have a plan in place in the event that things do not turn out positively for the RTA next vote. We have, been talking about how we creatively continue to keep fare-free transit, and we've only gotten so far down that road. So I agree with the Vice Mayor. We really have to have a long-term conversation about how we're going to fund the transit system in regardless, as you said, Vice Mayor, regardless of what happens with this, because we know the general fund just cannot absorb more and more and more of the need that exists in our community. So again, thank you for the conversation. I really appreciate it and look forward to seeing where the vote goes next month.
Councilmember Barajas, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Well, thank you, Sam, and the whole staff at DTM for this, and thank you, Mayor. I'm really concerned that the most vulnerable in our community will be the first ones to be impacted if RTA Next doesn't pass, especially those that don't have the time or capacity to attend neighborhood meetings or even have access to social media. So the less frequent buses, reduced evening and weekend service, and loss of paratransit services could be devastating to people who rely on transit to get to their jobs or to get around independently because they are unable to drive or do not have their own cars. As we heard, as mayor and council, they've discussed at meetings prior to my election to this council, and I knew going into this role that we were still going to have limited options on how we can fund our transit system. So using funding to support transit operations as well as capital needs in RTA 1 was a smart investment. When it comes to transit, to me, it is critical that we provide safe, frequent, and reliable and affordable service. So we have already been working to address transit safety, and the discussion around free fares has been ongoing. So I'm just not sure how we'll continue to offer fare-free transit if RTA Next doesn't pass. The Sunlink streetcar was made possible with significant investment in RTA 1. Now we have the opportunity to expand high-capacity transit here in Tucson, in part with funding from RTA Next. So this one is near and dear to me as I spent many years leading community engagement efforts through our community ambassadors during the Tucson Norte Sur and Tucson Rapid Transit projects. I want to see those efforts succeed, and I want us to be able to build upon that dream of bringing high-capacity transit to the southern segment of that corridor. And I know that dream is many years from happening, but making it a reality requires investment starting now. So in addition to the transit part of the equation, both RTA 1 and RTA Next include funding for roadway projects that I'm looking forward to, as well as funding to create more complete streets and features to support bicycle and pedestrian safety. Some of the differences in RTA Next that I'm really hopeful to see more investment specifically on our south and west sides, areas that have never experienced these type of investments before. And I'm hoping that our residents will be able to finally receive the investment that they deserve. And looking forward to Drexel Road Bridge project too. And that's a huge project that I know residents, I worked on that too. They would ask me, is this really gonna happen? Because it's been in the works for years beyond my lifetime here on earth. So let's make it happen for the residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Barajas, I'm thinking about the two things. One, the paratransit services that could possibly reduce service hours and coverage, particularly in the outskirts, which is, the optional service area. And paratransit services serves people with disabilities and elderly. So I'm really concerned about that. I'm also concerned about what $10.9 million?
$10.3 million, roughly.
$10.3 million hit to Suntran means in terms of jobs. Like a $10.3 million hit in our transit system, because, we have to remember, we're looking at a possibility of $40 million budget deficit. So bringing on another $10.3 million in order to keep the services, even if it were to be for 8 months, 10 months, would be devastating. So I'm just thinking, and Sam, I don't know if you've put pen to paper about the jobs at Suntran that could be affected, and how long would it take to affect that? I don't know if you thought about that further.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. And we have thought about that, and we've begun conversations with our contractor about what that could look like. And absolutely, there will most likely be an impact to the number of drivers we would need to provide the service. I think initially we would take a look at any vacancies that we might have first, and then beyond that, we would be looking at potential layoffs if we had more drivers than we had service to provide.
Councilmember Cunningham.
So in Ward 2, in this version of the RTA, there's actually not a new project. And constituents have asked me, but we're finishing out off the project that we carried over. Not only that, it meets all the maintenance needs of the projects we already finished. So there's always more to it. I've discussed multiple times how one of the problems I had with the first version of RTA was that we didn't need new roads. We need to maintain our existing roads. This gives us an opportunity to do that. It's interesting that people have come up to me and said, well, we don't want Tucson to get any money. And then we tell them that Tucson's getting 62% of the money, or excuse me, Tucson's getting 52% of the money, but 62% is being charged in the city. And then they're mad that Tucson isn't getting their fair share. We have contradictions. Like, people just kind of try to find reasons why they don't like something. And when you really look at everything holistically, I had someone criticize the fact there's $720 million going into transit, and they'd say that that's way too much. I had somebody, and that's a pretty good balance of what we're trying to do. Or that there wasn't a crosstown freeway. And again, I've reminded people that the opportunity to do that rests with some collaboration with ADOT, and that's a bigger discussion than just RTA. So each one of these things have been conflated, and we've had all different pieces to it. Rough numbers, the RIF expected for SunTrends is 80 jobs, 75 to 80 jobs probably. I mean, if you're doing rough numbers and you're backing out some O&M, that's how money comes out. So when we really think about how hard it is to get all the players in multiple municipalities, a tribe, and unincorporated Pima County to agree on something with multiple meetings and multiple give and take and multiple compromise, it's a pretty amazing task. The other piece is that this isn't introducing anything new. And if you look around the state, even if the RTA passes, Tucson will be on the lower end of sales tax, especially when you factor in the fact that we don't tax food. So I think about all of these things, and I have no incentive to want this. I've always said I want the county to incorporate it and all these things, but at the end of the day, the RTA and what it's done in the past 20 years and what it can do for us in the next 20 years are some of the best things we have. And it can probably carry us to all the things. It definitely carries us to a lot of the things that people have been visioning for a long time. They've just got to be involved and let their voices be heard. So I come with this discussion today. I really appreciate talking about transit and what we risk. I'm not sure we're not due to revamp how we think about transit. I don't like that we don't have a line that goes along Sunrise, and that we don't have lines that go north of, that don't end at La Encantada or Sunrise and Swan or Ventana. I don't like that we have that we kind of picked and choose where our lines went outside the city. And I also don't like the flexibility we have in paratransit, or the lack of flexibility we have in paratransit, and I brought that up multiple times. So for me, the RTA offers an opportunity to discuss all those things. So that's why I've been in support of the package. That's why I voted for the package to be put to the voters, because I felt that that's important, that everybody's voice has an opportunity to be heard. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. And again, none of this is anything new. We knew 6 years ago that if we didn't renew RTA, not only were our road maintenance going to take a hit, not only is our public infrastructure going to take a hit, but our public transit is going to take a hit. Facts. So we have to decide whether or not that hit is worth it. And that's what the whole region has to decide in March. Thank you.
Any others, questions, comments? I think one of the biggest questions that I get in commentary when I'm out and about doing my grocery shopping is, Mayor, when are we going to fix X road? Usually it's like, you're doing a great job, but when are we going to fix our roads? And I know that we had a lot of back and forth at the RTA board about investment in our roads, just like repaving and modernizing our roads. We included additional funds for that. Sam, how much is that investment in, what is the formal language that we're using for it? I always lose it.
Mayor, I believe the element is arterial and collector pavement rehabilitation.
Okay, so that's repaving and redoing and modernizing our roads. How much is going to that?
Mayor, there's roughly $177 million in the plan for that element.
Okay. So if it doesn't pass, it's just not going to be there. That's correct. Okay. Any others? Thank you so much. I think that Councilmember Schubert has a really good point in terms of like how else, besides transit, where else are we going to receive a hit? I would love to be able to get that follow-up, Mr. Credio, in terms of like, okay, which are the projects that are not going to happen? How are we what funds do we have available to finish the current projects like 22nd Street and Grant Road 5-6? How much money is going to be left? And then, of course, if there's a possibility of getting a legal opinion from the RTA attorney about using the leftover money for bridge funding for transit, that would be really helpful to get for all of us and the public to understand. Any others? Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciate your time. Alrighty, so we're going to move. Let me see if I find my work here. We're going to skip item 6 and move on to item 7, but let me find my space here for a second. Alrighty. This particular item here was requested by Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and I to have a discussion with our colleagues on the council, city manager, city attorney. As your mayor, I'm focused on taking actions that are within the jurisdiction of the city of Tucson. Everything I can do as the mayor of Tucson to be able to protect our community from concerns and incursions that are happening in our community, in our state, and around the country. I'm completely focused on providing our residents safety and security and quality of life, and we work day in and day out to make sure that our residents feel as they can count on the city of Tucson, on our police department, on our offices as mayor and council to come to us to ask for the appropriate services that they deserve. Our immigrant community and all of our residents deserve certainty that our city-owned properties and resources will be used to deliver is specifically that, quality of life, services to our residents, no matter their immigration status. And one of the reasons why I support the mayor and council making a decision in terms of the usage of City of Tucson-owned property is because we've got to give our residents the certainty that if they go to the park to walk their dog or take their kids for a picnic, or if they're going to go to a recreation center, either their child or themselves, or even go into one of our buildings, say Tucson Water, to pay their bills, that they will not be, in those spaces be confronted or attacked or harassed by any federal agencies. This time, we're going through a very dark time in our country. Unfortunately, this administration, our current administration, is creating fear and chaos and intimidation, especially to immigrant communities throughout the country. And as a mayor, I feel we have to provide this certainty to our residents. And it's important to make sure that we take a stand, that we are clear about what we can do in terms of providing that safety and quality of life and assurances and certainty that our resources will not be used to create fear and attack our immigrant community in our city. So just wanted to open up with that and hand it over to the vice mayor that signed this request with me.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that you were part of a team to direct staff to put communication out on our city official website about knowing your rights and knowing your risk and how to stay safe during this moment. We held time with some press last week to discuss what the city was doing. We are getting a lot of constituents who are reaching out to our offices when afraid from what they're seeing, whether it's on social media or through group text. So we're trying to respond to this real sense of fear and not having clarity about what's the role of the city of Tucson and TPD and what's the role of federal ICE agents. And so we wanted to provide clarity to our community about what it is that we can do as a city and what we can't do. And what we do have control over is our city-owned property. And so the memo was requesting that we not allow these federal agencies and other non-city uses to use city-owned property for staging or processing of immigration enforcement actions. So that includes parking lots, garages, vacant lots, parks, public facilities. We want to continue to assure our community that we want them to report crimes and we want them to use city services and everything that is within our power to show that we're wanting to be a good governing body that's gonna protect all of our community members regardless of their immigration status. I think it's important in this moment. So I'm not sure if city attorney was gonna speak or if I should make a motion and then go from there.
Vice Mayor, I think that you should make your motion, and then I don't know if you have a second, but after that, we can have further discussion.
Okay. So with that, my motion is I move to direct the city manager and city attorney to return to mayor and council with the proposed ordinance and any necessary administrative guidance that would prohibit the use of city-owned or city-controlled property for staging, processing, debriefing, or other civil immigration enforcement operation by Immigration and Custom Enforcement, Homeland Security investigations, U.S. Customs and Border Protections, or any other non-city use without explicit permission except as required by law. The proposed ordinance and guidance shall also establish consistent citywide protocols governing requests by federal immigration enforcement agencies for access to city property or resources, including clear procedures for city employees, designation of a centralized point of contact, training for relevant departments, and reporting back to the mayor and council on implementation and any anticipated fiscal or operational impacts, with staff returning within 30 days for consideration.
That's a motion. Have a second? All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any other colleagues? Councilwoman Lee, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you and the Vice Mayor for bringing this item forward. My brain is always looking at what we can and can't control, and the list of things that we can control is much smaller than I would like it to be in this moment in time. So I think it's essential that everything that we do have the ability to influence, we do to protect our community and signal to our community that everyone at this table is going to do everything within our power to keep them safe. Just a quick note, Vice Mayor, I love the motion. I also just want to encourage you all. I heard the county attorney talk about some of the protocol that they're putting in place for county employees in buildings, and if we could compare notes and see what they're doing, there may be some opportunities to leverage similar protocol.
Councilmember Cunningham?
the original idea behind it, any Department of Public Safety or any public safety law enforcement, whatever you call it, the idea is for people to feel safe. As an elected official, you should feel safe. When I hear any part of an ICE doing an operation in Tucson, I actually feel less safe. They are not helping. And that's our problem. They are not actually doing anything that makes people feel good. And I don't know how, well, I think there's a lot of reasons that people can identify on how they got off the rails this far. But the bottom line is, it's important for us to send this message and let them know, not only are we taking remedial action because our people don't feel safe with them running around like a bunch of Gestapo goons in our community. It just doesn't work. Now, I don't know if they did that on purpose. I don't know what the intent is, but the perception is bad. And if it was so good, then you wouldn't have what's going on in Minneapolis. You wouldn't have protests every single time they try to do an operation. They're not doing whatever they're supposed to be doing right. And I don't know why that is. I think it's pretty interesting that we found out after the fact that on that Taco Hero stuff, like all those people are out of custody now. That's ridiculous to me. So I'm not even trusting their process right now. So I think that's how a lot of people feel. And I think that, and I want to thank you guys for putting this forward. So it's a good move. And it's something it's the Tucson thing to do. So I'm on board.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this forward, and my colleague, Councilwoman Nikki Lee, for what can we do? I think we can also speak out, and I'm going to use this forum to call it what it is. It is fascism in America. Our founding fathers did not envision the president having his own palace troops to be deployed wherever he wants. Greenland, Venezuela, Minneapolis, Portland, hopefully not Tucson. This has to be stopped. To have law enforcement, we can only vaguely call them law enforcement, when they wear masks, where they don't identify who they are, where they get $50,000 sign-on bonuses, where they're stealing from, they're recruiting from real law enforcement outfits. They're not making us safer. A small portion of the money that's going to this federal police force, and it's just amazing that we have a federal police force. If it was distributed to counties, to states, to cities, to bolster our law enforcement who are well-trained, who we know they go through academies, we know that they follow the law, we know that there's consequences when they shoot people, we know that they don't kidnap people, that they follow due process, that we know where people who have been arrested are going, and that transparency is an essential part of law enforcement. And I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Cunningham. We don't feel safe. ICE does not make anybody in America feel safer. Thank you. I look forward to what we can do.
Councilmember Barajas.
I just want to thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, for putting this memo together. As a proud Tucsonian, somebody with deep roots, you know, Tucson is home to a diverse community rooted in the indigenous peoples who have stored this land since time immemorial. And it's important that here now at the local level that we do have the responsibility to protect the well-being and safety and dignity of all residents despite immigration status. It's important that our families feel safe. You know, our residents feel safe in our neighborhoods, in public spaces, our parks. So I'll continue to work with you all in partnership and with our community organizations, our legal advocates and residents to share accurate information. You know, as our Vice Mayor shared, I'm also receiving a lot of messages of what to do, if there's any Know Your Right forums going on, and making sure that we protect the civil rights and ensure that Tucson residents are safe and can live, work, and live, you know, just without fear and thrive without fear. So thank you again.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I just had one more thing I wanted to add. I know that in Minneapolis, city staff were giving direction to design a sign for private property owners who wanted to lawfully restrict ICE activity in their non-public areas. And so I'm just wondering if that's something that we can also consider doing.
I don't know, Mr. Attorney. I know that we can control our own property as the city of Tucson. There are a lot of questions because of the fear that is being created and the chaos that is being created. I receive a lot of questions about what can the mayor, what can the council, what can the city of Tucson do? I don't think we can protect private property because that is, there's private property rights, but those that want to, is there any type of language that we could recommend?
It's a good question, Mayor, and you're right. We can control our own property. Where it comes to private property, the challenge is not only we want to be very careful about telling folks what they can and can't do with their own property, but also we want to be very, very careful about, because we have mechanisms for enforcing what happens on city property, right? So private property owners would engage with TPD, and then you involve TPD against ICE, and that's not really a good situation to have, and the concern would people would get hurt. So we just want to be very, very clear that, in the sense that there is law enforcement activity on private property, you have the right to control your own property, and if it's being used inappropriately, you can take action either through no trespass signs, which are already available and are readily usable, but also be very careful about understanding the difference between something like an HSI investigation versus a ICE civil enforcement activity. And so I think the actions that you've taken, Mayor, and Ward 1 and the other ward or council members have taken in terms of putting that information out through the Know Your Rights website and those sorts of things are available for folks to use and to use in protection of themselves and their own property. And I think that's a good way to go.
Also, in terms of the Know Your Rights website that we put out, I know that we've been on the same page with the city manager, our chief Casmar. I know that he feels very strongly about having a good relationship with our residents because of the possibility of people not reporting crimes and people taking advantage and abusing the status of individuals in our city. So we've gone through this before. I just want to remind us of this. We went through the SB 1070 days. I was on the council when all of that was happening. I introduced the changes in TPD's general orders to be able to protect our community and so that they could feel safe with our own police officers and our police department. And so the general orders in terms of immigration and how to treat juveniles and victims and witnesses of crime, and all of the changes that we did at that time are done. As mayor, I'm comparing notes with other mayors across the country to see what they have been able to do. It's just different because each city has a different system of government. There are cities like Chicago that has a strong mayor system of government, and usually they can just go ahead and do executive orders, and the laws are very different. There's cities that also are blue cities in blue states that have the support of their governor and their state legislature, and they could do many other things. So every city is in a very different place in terms of what we can do because of the government system that we have, and then of course where they, if they're part of a red or a blue state. So I will continue to make sure to work with other elected officials in the state to work with organizations that want to work with me and want to work with us to help protect our community. I'm open and willing to work with anyone to help make sure that we are protecting our residents as much as we possibly can. So with that, I don't know if there's any other questions or comments. Councilmember Schubert?
Just want to quickly also express my thanks to Mayor and Vice Mayor for putting this memo forward and for my council colleagues' comments. I feel really proud to be a part of a group of people that, we're not going to fall in line and we're not going to be intimidated into complying because we're afraid of being targeted. This is about looking at all of our available options, what's legally available, because that's what the constituents are asking us to do. I'm like the rest of you. We've been getting phone calls. We've been having folks stop in asking, what is the city doing? We know you're on our side, but literally what actions can you take? So I was very excited to get to share this memo with my constituents in Ward 6, and I'm excited to see where this conversation goes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for helping lead with this. We're missing Councilmember Cunningham, but the motion is alive and on the floor. There's a motion and a second. I don't know if there's any further discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And let the record show that Councilmember Cunningham did walk in just in time to vote on this. Yes, I saw that. Thank you so much. We're going to take a little bit of a 5-minute break and then come back with the item 7, which is a Tucson Resilient Together update. Thank you. Item 6, I'm sorry. We're going to return with item 6 on the agenda. Item 6, time has been set aside to provide the mayor and council with a semi-annual report on the implementation progress of Tucson Resilient Together. Mr. Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Happy to have with me here today Fatima Luna, our Chief Resilience Officer, who's been leading our efforts in climate action and mitigation. And apparently she came bearing gifts today, so I won't steal any of that thunder. I'll hand it over to Fatima.
Thank you, City Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to present another update on the implementation of our climate action plan, Tucson Resilient Together. You do have a memo and our report. I do want to note that we were alerted that there was a typo in the memo, and so that has been corrected and reposted as corrected. So I am pleased to report that from 2024 to 2025, the number of actions that we have advanced increased from 74% to 85%. And over this last 6 months, some key highlights include climate leadership. So Tucson continues to lead on climate. Mayor Romero really elevated Tucson work at a global stage at the COP30 Local Leaders Forum and the C40 World Mayor Summit. It was really great to see our mayor really uplift the work that Tucson is doing, and also see her share some of her heat work, especially with some of the communities, cities around the world who have not been experiencing heat the way that we have. So a lot to teach and also learn. And speaking of heat resilience, we had a successful 2025 heat preparedness and relief season. We worked with nearly 200 volunteers who help us, supported outreach and heat relief efforts. We distributed over 1,000 heat relief kits, knock on over 800 mobile homes, sharing resources, but also supplies, our cooling centers and all cooltainers. This is only city cooling centers and cooltainers recorded nearly 5,000 visits just this summer. So we also enhanced our existing partnerships with the Pima County Health Department, the Red Cross, and also form new partnerships actually with the Tucson Indian Center and SAMU. It's a first response group. And so collectively, these partnerships really allow to not only enhance the quality of our heat relief kits, but also our ability to have better supplies and spread our work even more across the community. So we are now 3 weeks away from our 3rd annual Southern Arizona Heat Summit. The summit, if you haven't checked out the website, please do. I'll just pass it on both sides. We have an amazing line of speakers. We have a youth panel with 6 youth ages 10 to 18. They're going to share their experience, their lived experiences with extreme heat and also some proposed solutions. So it's looking so great. And we have a website. And then on that note, I just want to take a quick moment to give a shout out to Karina Martinez, who is here and part of the team for not only building the website, but also the loteria that you have with you. So this is a heat awareness loteria, and it's really going to help us as part of that preparedness for the heat season. So the intention is that we would host loteria nights or maybe evenings, depending on the community, on heat vulnerable communities. We're thinking on like the common areas of mobile home parks, but also the cooling centers to attract more people and have programming. And so if you're interested in hosting a loteria night at your ward office or in a particular location, let us know. So this is part of the preparedness strategy that we're using this year, so it's gonna be new. And so thanks to like the sponsors and also a grant that we received, we are going to be able to provide breakfast, lunch, also gift cards for youth participation at the Heat Summit. And so I just wanted to share that much. And in addition, like we have been working really hard to build relationships with foundations so that they support heat work. And I'll share a little bit more about that in just a second. So when it comes to nature-based climate solutions or urban forestry team, Nicole, who just left, and Vianney continue implementing the Grow Tucson grant, focusing on workforce development and training. We continue to partner with Tucson Clean and Beautiful to plant trees on the ground, but we also co-founded a position at the Tree Center, so we're now gonna be able to increase our tree production capacity to 7,000 trees, hopefully putting a lot more trees on the ground across our Tucson community. We have been very intentional about enhancing and also expanding partnerships. I represent the City of Tucson and the Arizona Communities Foundation Environmental Accelerator Program, which is trying to pool resources from different foundations and philanthropists to fund environmental work in Tucson. And so thanks to this participation, we were able to secure $50,000 for tree planting, youth tree planting, and programming at Tucson Clean and Beautiful. This is also thanks to like the advocacy work that our mayor has been doing for bringing funds for tree planting, as well as another $30,000. And I'm very excited about this because this is gonna support youth participation at the Heat Summit, but also implementation of youth-led projects around building heat. And so that's why I'm so excited to listen to the solutions that they would be providing at the summit, because there's implementation funds available. So we also partner with the city's Small Business Center and Local First to implement the Green Business Bootcamp, so helping businesses improve water and energy efficiency. And so, yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
First and foremost, thank you and congratulations to all of the work that your small but mighty team have been working on, Fatima. I'm really excited that we moved from 76% of our Tucson Resilient Together actions that are underway or completed last year to 85% that are underway or completed this year, which tells me that we're moving fast and furiously, which is something that we absolutely must continue to do, even in the face of this federal administration stripping away grants that we won were fair and square. That we have proven, and you and your team have proven to us, that you really have adapted, that you're partnering with foundations and nonprofit groups and local businesses and academic institutions to make sure that we continue moving the needle on our climate work. And I'm especially happy that our Tucson Million Trees Initiative, we're up to, I heard the latest 175,000 trees planted in and around the city of Tucson. And so I'm happy, very, very happy, especially because we are focusing so much on youth development and training and work, just preparing the future arborists and scientists in our community. Just last Saturday, I joined the Tucson Clean and Beautiful and the youth-led team. We invited Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva to join us to plant trees. It was really beautiful to see. It must have been like 40 young people leading us in planting trees in the neighborhood that really I started working with since I was a council member. This was the Elvira neighborhood, and where we saw in action the gorgeousness of what green stormwater infrastructure does, and tree planting and using an area that had been desolate and bare to creating a luscious, stormwater capture park with hundreds of trees that help the community deviate stormwater. These neighborhoods in Elvira, you recall, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, would get flooded up to their doors every single time it rained. And with our work with Tucson Clean and Beautiful, Pima County, I think we even got a federal grant. And then, of course, ADOT and expanding their water culverts underneath I-19, we got an incredible result. And that we continue planting trees in areas of our city, throughout the city, that see more heat because of less trees in their neighborhoods is just amazing. So congratulations. All these things get me very excited. But I really highly invite all of you to attend the Heat Summit. There's incredible conversations happening there, important conversation that we have to continue having. And then I'm gonna sit with the young people in their panel to listen to their ideas of what we have to continue doing, but also to answer questions of what the city of Tucson can do to continue moving the needle on climate resiliency. So congratulations, very excited of the work that you're doing in the face of federal partnerships and funding going away. You're bringing it all in. Fatima also attended the COP30 and C40 Mayor Summit in Brazil with me, and we're taking notes about what other cities in the world are doing for climate resiliency, comparing notes with Sydney, Australia, and what they do in terms of heat, and them wanting to learn from the city of Tucson what we're doing. And so we really are leading worldwide, not just in this country. So congratulations, Fatima. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Barajas.
Well, thank you, Ms. Fatima Luna. I just want to give you kudos, you and your team, picking back on our mayor. I've spoke to different colleagues around and outside of Arizona, and a lot of folks have wonderful things to say about the work that you're doing, because you are putting us on a national map. And I just want to encourage my colleagues here to attend that HEAT Summit. I went last year, not back then, not as a council member, but it was really a lot of those maps that is inspiring me to do the work that I'm doing here in Ward 5, because Ward 5 was identified as, some of the hottest neighborhoods in town and in the city. And I'm hoping through the work that we're gonna continue to do together that we're not gonna have that maroon color in the map, and that we're gonna, because of the investment. And also to give kudos to the youth that are planting trees a couple months ago. I was at El Pueblo with, the team and with Tucson Clean and Beautiful alongside Sunnyside Foundation and University of Arizona partners. And it was those youth teaching me how to plant some of the trees and showing me tools, and they were excited and energized, and I'm looking forward to seeing their growth in their path and hoping that they're gonna get some leadership positions, when they're done at Sunnyside, because they were Sunnyside students. So just thank you for all the investment and all the seeds you're planting literally and also in the minds. So thank you.
Any other questions about the work that we're doing? So Councilmember Dahl, Fatima did come with props. I just want to say,
Such excellent props. I can't
Exactly.
wait to play this game.
yes. Thank you, really appreciate it. Mr. Manager, I don't know if you wanted to add anything else?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just part with my thanks to Fatima and her team. We went down the path. In a prior role, I was involved in working with Fatima to bring Tucson Resilient together to your office for approval. And just very grateful for the fact that as you directed, it is not a plan that was just put on the shelf. It was a plan to implement. And the fact that we've got so much success, a lot of that falls to Fatima and her team. So thank you, Fatima.
Yeah, thank you so much. We can continue talking about all the great successes from your team, but thank you, Fatima. Really appreciate the update. And I think that for those that want an update, they can go online and look at the report that you submitted to Mayor and Council for them to be able to really read all of the work that we're doing on the ground to implement Tucson Resilient together. So thank you. Alrighty, so we now move, where are we, to item 8, which is, time has been set aside for discussion and direction relating to matters pending in front of the Pima County Board of Supervisors and other regional jurisdictions. Mr. Manager, I know that you have a report in front of us.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, joining me again is Jackie Vega, who does compile this report by monitoring the activities of other jurisdictions. And I would like to highlight just a couple things because I know we're going into budget season. You've also recently made some actions related to taxes and fees, and you're going to be faced with utility rates and other things coming your way. You're not the only jurisdiction in that, but recent actions by the Marana Town Council, they recently adopted a multi-year rate adjustment for their water and wastewater rates. Their water rates will be going up 10.5% per year for the next few years, and water reclamation or wastewater 2.5%. What you'll be seeing is much lower than that, and I just wanted you to know there's a context out there. And Oro Valley recently approved some use tax and adjustments to their revenues. So we're all starting to see, other jurisdictions starting to see some of the things we've been projecting for a number of years and bringing to you, which is the revenues are something that we need to all be looking at. So you're not alone. That's what I wanted to highlight, and I think that's our report for you today.
Thank you so much. I first and foremost want to congratulate Supervisor Jen Allen for being elected to serve as the chair for the Pima County Board of Supervisors, and congratulations also to Supervisor Matt Hines for being elected to serve as vice chair. I'm looking forward to continued collaboration towards a safe, resilient, and thriving Tucson and Pima County. I usually joke about working with, 5 chairs of the Board of Supervisors now. I think it's just 4. But I'm happy to continue the work that we're doing with unsheltered homelessness and, of course, our justice systems and ironing those out, as well as partnering with our opioid settlement funds that the city of Tucson received, as well as Pima County and other jurisdictions, talking about ROSAC funding. Outside agencies were awarded, as well as Pima County agencies. So I appreciate the Board of Supervisors' unanimous action to invest opioid settlement funds into community-based organizations that are doing critical life-saving work. Some of these organizations are Boys to Men, the Haven, and the Tucson Indian Center. Alongside that investment, it's equally important we are addressing gaps in treatment. Very excited and celebrated in the funding of a safer center, a safe alternative for recovery center, something that the mayor and council have been pushing for and talking about for quite some time. And that, we pushed the envelope on to make sure that opioid settlement funds were being used to create a pilot safer center in partnership with Pima County. And I believe, which one is that? Is it Kodak, Tim, or Liz, that's doing the pilot for the safer center?
CBI, Mayor.
CBI, yeah, CBI. So very important commitments to meet the needs of our community. And I'm going to keep an eye on the Safer Center, looking forward to a tour. Invite you all to do a tour as well, so that we can continue making sure that we are big advocates for that pilot and that system. Other than that, I didn't want to include anything else, but I wanted to open it up for my colleagues on the council, Councilman Lee, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the updates. These are really wonderful. Just a question on scheduling and our next joint meeting. I know we talked about 2026, and do we have a sense of when we're going to be getting with the board again?
Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Lee, currently targeting for the first quarterly meeting to be on March 3rd. As you may have tracked, the county has recently adopted some changes to their meeting schedule moving forward, but those take effect in May. So I think we're still going to wrestle with what the rest of the year looks like, but March 3rd would be the tentative date for the next joint meeting.
We're staying on track. Any others? Councilmember Cunningham.
There's been a perception about sales taxes in Tucson, and it's an interesting perception that's gone on for a long time. It's a lot of apples and oranges because Tucson doesn't charge for food, where 70 of the 91 towns do. And so it's really important that I think we should take a look at maybe six or seven cities, maybe 10 throughout the state, and use all the ones in Pima County and keep a running chart. Because right now, our city portion of our sales tax is 2.6%. And more importantly, the city and county portion of our sales tax is 3.1%. And to give you an idea of where that stacks up for just other cities, let me bring up Phoenix here. Phoenix is 3, so we're basically exactly the same. There's a city called Quartzsite that's 4. There's some cities that are 6%. And so we're at 3.1. We're actually probably one of the lower end of the 91 cities. I'd have to do some research. But I'd love to have a group of 10 or 11 cities so people know how we stack up. So at least they're informed. And I think that would be something that we could keep on our website all the time so people know exactly what they're getting and what they're paying for. The other piece is I think we should probably consider doing the same thing for property taxes. Not the county part, the municipal part, because the municipal part is the only thing that we're charging. And I think it's really important for people to understand that. I've had discussions about different businesses, landlords, we've looked at some utility relief and trying to come up with a voluntary rent control system, like a program like that. So we've had these dialogues, and when we talk about the property tax relief for the city portion, it's a very, very small amount. It doesn't really actually affect the finance plans. So we've really got to have these discussions honestly. And I know it's a little wonky, but that's kind of my bailiwick, especially the finance piece. So I'd really like to at least, I'd like to have it at my fingertips where I can just bring it up to I can send somebody the link and say, look, this is how Tucson stacks up, just so you know. And it makes it easier. And if we do that for water rates and we do that for sales taxes and we do that, we're being not only transparent, so anybody can look up their sales tax without having, like, it's on our website. This is what we charge. But also, they get to see how we stack up to other cities. And I guarantee you we're really competitive. So thank you.
Any others? Alrighty, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So we move on to item 9. Item 9, time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction to any associated litigation. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. We have entered the exciting times. The state legislature is in session. The state of the state was delivered yet this morning. And Laura Dent is our intergovernmental director, and it's not me giving this update. So those three things, I defer to you, Laura, to give the update, and we're literally off and running.
Congratulations, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Romero, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, members of the council. It's great to be with you. I'm going to go ahead and start with a state update. The legislative session, as referenced, convened a little over a week ago, and we've seen a record number of bills drop, so lots of action at the Capitol right now. In accordance to the guidance that was provided by you via adopting the state legislative agenda, I've been monitoring bills that relate to that agenda and weighing in accordingly. I'll just share a little bit about the strategy and the approach that we're taking just for some context. Every week as we look at committee assignments, we're using that as a guide on how we weigh in on bills. That's really to kind of take this apple one bite at a time, essentially. As you know, so many bills are floating out there for political reasons or other. Many of them will go places and many of them won't. So instead of trying to tackle all of the good stuff and the bad stuff, we're really just going to take it a week at a time, what's coming up in committee, what's coming up in hearing, and what is really moving forward so that we can take a systematic approach as we get started this session. So some context, if you see bills that you care about that are not listed on the list that we've weighed in on already, please do let me know. It's really helpful to track and be aware of that, but also know that we're really cognizant of what's moving, what's not moving, and tracking those, and we'll weigh in as they move through hearing and into committee. So just touching quickly on the bills that we've weighed in on already, we did go ahead and oppose HB 2115. That is a bill that establishes a cap on administrative costs for local government. Really is difficult to navigate what is a direct service and what is an administrative or overhead cost. It also opens the community up to some litigation. So for that reason, we've taken an opposition posture. We have supported HB 2116, which is an appropriation for the Colorado River Litigation Fund. We know those negotiations continue, and we're going to need resources to defend the state's interests there. So we've supported that initiative. And we have opposed HB 2118, which is a mobile food vendors and licensing bill, which would undercut the ability of local jurisdictions to require specific types of licensing for mobile food vendors. So I just want to acknowledge staff really for their support and getting feedback. It's really helpful to engage subject matter experts in a timely way, and I've been firing off emails and calls to senior staff, department directors, and the city manager's office. So I just want to acknowledge everyone for their quick response to help us understand all of the implications for these initiatives on the city of Tucson. Moving into the federal update, we have some news on federal funding. Congressional appropriators released the 4 remaining fiscal year 2026 spending bills ahead of the January 30th continuing resolution deadline. That was just this past weekend, and the measures cover defense, labor, health, and human services, education, homeland security, and transportation HUD. So together, focusing specifically on housing, appropriators prioritize stability for core HUD programs that communities rely on. Some highlights there include the Community Development Block Grant Fund. That was funded at $3.3 billion and maintains flexible, locally driven investment. The Home Investment Partnership Program was preserved. This is really good news, as that was zeroed out in previous versions, so we're happy to see this protected.
Housing choice vouchers have been funded at levels that are sufficient to maintain our existing housing vouchers. Ideally, the investments are growing with the need, which our community is seeing rise, but it has not seen a cut. And continuum of care and homeless assistance grants are fully funded, as well as public housing operating and capital funds. We saw some cuts here, but not as deep as proposed. So overall, we'd like to see the investment match the need, but not as bad as we were expecting given the political constraints and environment. So with that, I will go ahead and conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Lara. I just wanted to add a couple of things I forgot to say a little bit earlier. I want to thank Governor Hobbs and her team for bringing the state report to Tucson today. I appreciate the governor's focus on affordability, including creating resources to add money to the Housing Trust Fund, and the focus on working families and our public schools. I was very heartened to hear her agenda for 2026. We're happy to have the governor back in Tucson in the near future when we're cutting the ribbon on Tucson House in March, a great example of the impact that we can make on creating affordable housing in partnership with the governor and the Arizona Department of Housing. I also want to highlight a few items on the city's legislative agenda. One of the reasons we have a robust legislative agenda, I think that agenda is like 10 pages long, Laura, is to make sure that we can take action on hundreds of bills that are coming out fast and furiously at the state legislature, and to make it abundantly clear to our delegation and other legislators where the city of Tucson stands on the issue. So we are seeing several anti-trans bills move forward, as well as anti-choice initiatives. The city of Tucson stands in strong opposition to these bills. These bills are a distraction from the issues important to our city, important to our working families, including the affordability, resiliency, and safety to our residents. Also, water supply is important that we focus on as a city and as a state. We remain focused on advancing the bills that will bring common sense gun safety measures to Tucson and other cities in Arizona and reducing easy access to guns. We are advocating for the state incentive for data centers to be revoked, and the governor was very clear about her intentions to advance that. And then we look forward to working with our state delegation and Governor Hobbs and her team during this legislative session and budgeting cycle to make sure that the priorities of Tucsonans are front and center in front of them. I was really happy to see my colleagues on the council that attended opening session at the state legislature. There's a big contingency of Tucson there. It's always good to remind them that we are here and we exist and we have needs as the second largest city in Arizona. So appreciate you all that went out. Anything else, Mr. Manager, Ms. Dent?
No, thanks, Honorable Mayor. I think that concludes our report.
Anything else from my colleagues on the council? Alrighty, thank you so much. Appreciate you. We move on to item 10. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none. Item 11, does anyone have any future agenda items to present? Councilmember Dahl.
Thanks, you, Mayor. And just because I would probably forget about it, but
Okay.
it occurred to me when we were talking about RTA that we will want to have a study session item soon after it passes or doesn't pass. So we can discuss the ramifications. I heard today that they were, we might want to get an early, if it passes, we want to get an early start on getting some of our things lined up first. And if it doesn't pass, we'll have
Sounds good. We
lot
should
to
be
talk about.
scheduling it. That's right. Any others? Alrighty, hearing none, we are adjourned for a regular study session. I don't know, let's see, what time is it? What? Ooh, great. We have a little bit of time. We can even do a little bit of walk around, stretch our legs. So we will be back at 5:30 for a regular session. Thank you all. Ms. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Here. Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mrs. Lee? Here. Ms. Barajas?
Here.
Nick Schubert? Here. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz? Here. Mayor Romero?
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. Here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts the persons who might be addressing the mayor and council, or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and/or recess the meeting itself. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing this lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, presentations, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Rabbi Yehuda Seitlin of Shabbat, Tucson. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Almighty God, we gather this evening at the Tucson City Council in the presence of the mayor, council members, and fellow citizens. We do so mindful that we are about to approach and the world will be marking International Holocaust Remembrance Day this Tuesday, January 27th. On this occasion, we remember those who perished and those who survived and who chose to dedicate their lives to teach, to heal, and to build. We recall with particular gratitude the late Eva Schloss, a survivor of Auschwitz and the stepsister of Anne Frank, who visited Tucson several years ago and recently passed away. This council rightfully proclaimed the day of her visit in 2018, recognizing a woman who witnessed the darkest depths of humanity, yet devoted her later years to planting seeds of hope and moral responsibility. Eva frequently mentioned the breaking of her world. However, during her visit, I took her to Saguaro National Park and she witnessed and she looked at with amazement the saguaro cactus, and she found inspiration from a cactus that exemplifies growth and endurance despite extreme heat and drought. Eva frequently mentioned how her father has guided her, her stepfather, Otto Frank, guided her, and his mantra was, hate won't take you anywhere, love lifts you up. Her own mantra was that the foundation of shared civic life is simple: to bring good to our community, to uplift one another, and to honor the basic commandments of human dignity. In this spirit of remembrance, may we work together to ensure that Tucson, our beloved city, remains a city where every individual can live without fear, where tradition is respected, and where the sanctity of the human soul is upheld as our highest priority. May this be your will, and let us say, Amen. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rabbi, for gracing us with your presence. All righty, so we move on to item 2C. Councilmember Barajas would like to present the 2026 Ward 5 Safety Calendar winners, and we would like to go over to the podium and we'll present the winners, the young artists, and I know that their families are here, so I'm gonna also join Councilmember Barajas, and I ask that if any of our council colleagues wants to join us up there, we would be more than happy to have you.
Good evening, everyone. Well, thank you, Mayor. Well, today I am proud to welcome our 14 student artists from the Tucson Unified and Sunnyside Unified School Districts into the council chambers and to honor them for their artwork being included in the 2026 City of Tucson Ward 5 Council Office Safety Calendar. I have props to Councilmember Dahl. I would love for the artists to come up to the front to be recognized. I would also like to show you where to stand and what to do. Our Ward 5 staff. So we're going to start off with the front cover. Mila Robles. Yeah, you can show them month by month. Jeremiah Otto. Janessa Valencia. Adela Leva. Norma Enriquez. What month are we? April? Okay, Norma Enriquez. Marcel Cantalano del Campo. Sophia Rust. I know the year is flying by, sorry. Melina Flores. Roberto Rodriguez. Mila Perez. Michael Felix. Rodolfo Nunez. Tessa Rico. And Milo Valencia. So let's take a couple minutes. So what the students are doing is they're standing in front of their artwork. So this annual Ward 5 collaboration with local 4th and 5th grade classes includes a variety of safety-related themes. Tips to keep us safe while we're in our homes, on the road, enjoying the outdoors, and celebrating holiday traditions such as trick-or-treating or cooking Thanksgiving turkeys. I would like to thank the mayor, Mayor Regina Romero, city manager Tim Tamir, our fire chief Shannon McDonough, police chief Chad Kazmir, and for all providing letters to include in the calendar. Your participation in this effort means a lot to our Ward 5 community. I would also like to thank Raising Cane's for donating free kids' meals for you all today. So if you don't know a little history, I've been in this role for a month and 3 weeks as the newly elected council member for Ward 5. However, this calendar is a longstanding community initiative that centers youth voice, creativity, and public safety education. Congratulations to you all, this year's award winners from Carrillo K-5 Communication and Creative Arts Magnet School, Elvira Elementary, Los Niños Elementary, and Mission Manor Elementary for participating in this year's safety calendar. A huge thank you to the person who made it happen, our senior advisor, Lupita Robles, for your continuous efforts to put this together. Thank you, Lupita, as well as to all the principals, teachers, and staff for supporting and cheering on your students to participate. Can we take a moment for the principals, teachers, and staff to stand up so we could give you a round of applause? And thank you to all the families joining us tonight to support your amazing kids as well. So can I have the families please stand up? I know it's been a long day, so thank you all for joining us. When the presentation's done, you could stay for extra credit hours if you want to stay for the entire meeting, but if not, feel free to leave. But I would really like to thank the students here with us tonight for participating, and just remember, safety is key. And if we can, I would love to take a group picture. And just know that all the families here, you're walking away with a calendar, and you all in the audience get a calendar today as well. You get a calendar, you get a calendar. So Happy New Year's, everyone. Have a good 2026.
You get in there too, Kevin?
If the art teachers, and then we'll take a group picture, and then I would love if the staff can come. Say 2026. Where should we look? Adam, we're looking at you.
We're just looking at you.
You got it, Adam? So don't worry, families, we'll make sure to send those quality photos your way. And now can I have the staff and the principals, art teachers, please come up too? Yes, yes.
Can I just say congratulations to all of the young artists that submitted their piece to us. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. Keep up with your art and creative endeavors, and do good at school. And I just want to take a point of personal privilege to recognize my niece, Grecia Villa, that works at Sunnyside, who is an art teacher. And is a wonderful leader for her students. So I just want to thank the parents for being here. Thank you all, and thank you, council member, for following on this tradition that council member Fimbre started.
Yes, always. And just a funny story, last night my daughter was actually, my 8-year-old was looking at this calendar, and she fell asleep looking at all of your artwork. So just know you impacted her life already. So you all are welcome to come back. Thank you. Did we get the one with the teachers and stuff? Yes. One more.
Just look up. So look at your fingers.
Thank you all.
All righty, item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 23, dated January 21st, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report?
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
There is a motion and a second to appoint Martha McClemens, Siri Trumbull Beadler, and and to Armory Park Historic Zone Advisory Board, and the appointments of Lizzie Golden to the Public Art and Community Design Committee. I just want to thank you all for your willingness to serve the city of Tucson. Is there any further discussion on this motion?
Yeah, I just want to add my respect and appreciation to Martha McClements for serving again on the Armory Park Historic Zone Advisory Board. Longtime City of Tucson advocate for historic preservation, over 30 years in the Armory Park neighborhood, has served on so many different boards, I can't keep track of them all. And the neighborhood and the city do benefit from Martha's historic knowledge and just keen understanding of the ins and outs of historic preservation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Schubert. All righty, anything else? Councilmember Barajas.
I would like to thank you, Mayor, Clerk, and colleagues. I wanted to congratulate Lizzie Golden on her appointment, and thank you for the willingness to represent Ward 5 on the Public Art and Community Design Committee. Thank you, Lizzie.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Dahl? No? Alrighty. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Are there any other personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's communication number 13, dated January 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Yes, I see some nodding. Should we start with Ward 6 and then move on down to Ward 1? You get much more attention from me when you're close, so take advantage.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, for our current event report, I just want to acknowledge first the many protests, rallies, and demonstrations that have been occurring nearly every day here in Tucson. It's been really inspiring to see the size of the crowds. We were in executive session yesterday and just kept hearing the roar of the crowd and all the honking. So I just feel very proud to be a part of a community that is so centered on refusing to comply with an unjust and lawless system that is enabling people to be disappeared and imprisoned without due process or basic human rights. There were a number of walkouts yesterday for multiple local high schools, which is so exciting to see activism from the youth. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. And, you probably saw the footage, but the march that started at the Federal Building downtown completely took over Congress Street. So very proud to be a part of this community. In the Ward 6 newsletter, we're going to do our best to include information about upcoming opportunities to get involved. And I also want to encourage you to send any information our way if you want those messages to be amplified. And just the importance of protecting the rights of all people, whether they're immigrants, asylum seekers, refugees, citizens, or legal residents, is a question of following the rule of law and complying with basic human and civil rights. This is not an ideological debate. Also in current events, I was fortunate to be able to attend the PACT TEP Town Hall with Attorney General Chris Mays. That was on January 13th at the YWCA. And the town hall was to hear from Tucsonans about the impacts of TEP's rate increases. She said that if the request is approved, TEP would collect about $172 million more per year. She said if TEP's requested rate hike is approved, customers will likely pay an extra $19.43 per month for electricity beginning next year. Interestingly, Attorney General May's office is also requesting that the commission undo its decision to approve an energy service agreement between TEP and the developers of Project Blue. She called the agreement a secret deal because a portion of the agreement is redacted. And then very pertinent to you all, Attorney General Mays is encouraging TEP customers to submit comments and speak at several upcoming public meetings regarding the rate case in March and April in downtown Tucson. It's going to be at the State of Arizona building at 400 West Congress. We're sharing those dates in the Ward 6 newsletter, but if you reach out to us, we'll also let you know when those opportunities to make your voice heard are happening. I think it's important that as many TEP customers as possible speak up about how these things might impact them. Later this month, on January 28th, Emerge is partnering with the Arizona's Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Task Force, established by Governor Katie Hobbs, and Indivisible Tohono to host, and the Tucson Indian Center. They are hosting a survivor and family listening session. This gathering is focused on hearing directly from survivors and families impacted by the missing and murdered Indigenous people epidemic and the sober living crisis. The goal is simple and essential, and that is to ensure that responses, policy, and coordinated efforts are shaped by the voices and experiences of those most impacted. They're inviting family members of people who are missing, anybody who's lost a loved one to homicide, survivors who are navigating the sober living crisis. They are inviting members of the public and community members are invited to attend in the spirit of respect, care, and accountability with an understanding that this space centers survivors and their families. So again, that's going to be on January 28th. From 2 to 8 p.m. And we're including information in our newsletter, but also feel free to reach out to Ward 6 if you want the details about that. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor. This past weekend was rooted in service, healing, and unity. I had the honor of sharing words and breakfast at the 36th Annual Martin Luther King Jr. Prayer Breakfast, hosted by the Pueblo Gardens Neighborhood Association and MLK Committee. I also participated in the National Day of Racial Healing Talking Circles at the YWCA and proudly marched alongside our community and Ward 5 team at the 2026 March and Celebration. Deep gratitude to all the organizers, neighbors, and community members who created a safe space for reflection, dialogue, and collective action. I would like to share a special public event that is happening right now at the El Pueblo Activity Center, UCAB's anniversary event. UCAB stands for United Community Advisory Board, and for 30 years has shown its commitment to ensuring clean, safe water for families impacted by the Tucson International Airport Area Superfund site. If you have photos, stories, or names to share about UCAB history, please contact Yolanda Herrera, UCAB Community Co-Chair. My office can also share that contact information if you are interested. I'll be mentioning this more at our next mayor and council meeting because I would love to see you all here. Ward 5 is hosting a Ward 5 Fiesta, open house style, so come on by to our office on Thursday, February 19th, anytime between 4 and 8 p.m. Rodeo, vaquero, vaquera clothing is strongly encouraged, and we'll post information on our social media and everywhere soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. My team and I would like to invite you to attend a virtual project update meeting with the City of Tucson Department of Transportation and Mobility and the Regional Transportation Authority. At this meeting, DTM will give us updates on the projects in Ward 4 that are in construction and upcoming, and representatives from the RTA will give an update on the RTA Next plan. The virtual meeting will take place next Wednesday, January 28th from 5:30 to 7, and you can find the link in our newsletter that we sent out today on our City of Tucson website under the Ward 4 section. If you can't make the January 28th meeting, never fear. There will be an in-person East Side RTA between Wards 4 and 2 on February 9th from 5:30 to 7 at the Ward 2 Council Office at 7820 East Broadway Boulevard. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. No announcements this time.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Few things. The Fort Lowell Museum, 2900 North Craycroft. It's open, and they're hosting story time for little ones every third Saturday of the month from January to April. It's from 11 a.m. to noon. Please join them. Activities for children ages 4 to 7 at the Historical Fort William Museum. It's a good opportunity to check out the park. We're also going to be doing a tree dedication there as we revitalize Cottonwood Lane. And so we're really excited with some of the things going on at Fort Will Park. The other thing is at Wilmot Library, also in Ward 2, we'll be having the Pima County assessors holding meetings to help people with their property tax valuation. A lot of people don't know that they can apply for property tax valuation relief as we try to make Tucson more affordable. So that's going to be on February 20th, which is a Friday, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Please bring ID, and if you can, bring pertinent documents to the evaluation of your property. We got a memo from Mobile Meals, and they're actually looking for volunteers. Now, Mobile Meals serve all ages, mostly seniors and adults with disabilities who have trouble cooking at home, and it gives them an affordable option to receive meals delivered to their home. It's also an opportunity for the people who deliver to visit with folks and help against social isolation. So Mobile Meals is looking for volunteers. It's very rewarding. You can call 520-622-1600, 520-622-1600, and we encourage you to do that. Ward 2's working on Team Up to Cleanups. We're going to be planning 3 of them. We're going to be doing one the last week of every month, the last Friday of every month. If you want to join the Ward 2 office, you can contact us at 520-791-4687, where we do Team Up to Cleanup. Also, starting next Wednesday, we're bringing Wednesday Hoops back. That's Ward 2 at Jesse Owens Park at Corey Williams Court. That's right off of, just north of Broadway just south of Broadway on Sarnoff. And that's a really great program. It's run by our office staffer, Marcus, who played at Santa Rita High School. And we have middle school pickup basketball. And, the big thing about that is that school gets out early. Middle schools get out early on Wednesdays. So it's a real opportunity for kids to learn about teamwork and fair play and sportsmanship. And it's a good opportunity. So feel free to check out Wednesday Hoops, Wednesdays at 3:30 at Jesse Owens Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. So this Sunday, January 25th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., join us for the West Side Conexión Calles con Sapos, Tugo's Block Party in Barrio El Rio. We're celebrating the expansion of the Tugo Bike Share to the west side. We will have games, music, food, activities, and community fun. This free family-friendly block party marks the addition of 5 new Tugo bike stations supporting safer, more connections in our west side barrios. So we'll be meeting along El Rio Drive, and then we'll be having a celebration at Joaquin Murrieta Park. And then on Friday, January 30th, from 6 to 8:30, join us for our monthly Bicicleteada del Sur. Ride with the community for a fun, family-friendly evening bike ride featuring music, tacos, and free bike rentals. Come connect, ride together, and celebrate accessible mobility on the south side. We meet at the El Pueblo Center, 101 West Irvington Road. If you would like to reserve a free Tugo bike, you can text 520-261-5446. And then on Saturday, January 31st, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., join us for the Menlo Park Neighborhood Yard Sale. Come treasure hunt or take part by hosting a table, purchase a table for $50, and keep what you earn or donate your goods for volunteers to sell at the neighborhood tables. The location will be at 901 and 905 West Congress Street. Thank you, Mayor.
That's a great idea. I'll go and drop off a lot of donations for you all. And for me, I'd like to thank Governor Katie Hobbs and her team for bringing her State of the State report to Tucson today. It was great to gather with leaders and young people from across our city to hear about the governor's priorities for 2026. I appreciate the governor's focus on issues that we care about here in Tucson, the focus on affordability and affordable housing, including creating resources to add money to the Housing Trust Fund, and to focus on working families and investing in our public schools. Her priorities align very neatly with the mayor and council legislative priorities. So we were happy to host her and happy to hear her priorities. Also, this Friday marks the 100 Days of Star Village, our safe outdoor sleeping space pilot. We are happy to report that Star Village is full and women there are being served and receiving wraparound services, job training, and there are several pets in Star Village as well. This is an important addition to the resources being offered to unsheltered individuals in our community. Over 400 people have been served through our Star Village pilot and through outreach, and 112 housing assessments have been completed. This is a really good news on a pilot program that, it took some time for us to put together, but it seems to be working out great. With that, we're going to move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 14, dated January 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one announcement for tonight, and it echoes some of the comments made by the members of the Mayor and Council earlier today at study session and also this evening. Just important to note that the city recognizes that all individuals in the United States have rights regardless of immigration status. The City of Tucson wants residents and visitors to understand those rights and has provided information and resources on our website to help with that effort. Please visit the City of Tucson's homepage, tucsonaz.gov, to find the Know Your Rights resources locally and nationally. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 24, dated January 21st, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on the evening's agenda, we have 2 applications for new licenses, 1-person transfer, 2-person and location transfers, and 8 special event applications. All applications are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 through 5B5 and 5C1 through 5C8 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved, Your Honor.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, we move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements for this item?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes, and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light will turn on when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow and beep when you have 30 seconds left of your allotted time. When your 3 minutes are up, the light will turn red, and the timer will begin beeping. If that happens, please immediately conclude your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Our first speaker is Diane Schultz, I believe. Diane Schultz. Alrighty, we'll try and come back to this one. Oh, Diane, there she is.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Diana Schultz, and I am on the Board of Directors for the Tucson Society of the Blind. I am here tonight to remind you that I have sent in a petition that has been generated by the Tucson Society of the Blind to help our disabled citizens of Tucson and Pima County. As of now, we have individuals that are unable to take advantage of the dial-a-ride or Sunvan systems because they live outside the so-called boundaries. We have collected over 1,000 signatures in support of this petition so that each individual that is disabled in this community, it can take advantage of the rides provided by Sunvan and Sun Shuttle. We feel that this is an injustice to our disabled community by telling them that they either live out of boundaries or there is absolutely no transportation available to them whatsoever. You talk about people having rights. Yes, they do, and our disabled community has rights as well. We feel that this is taxation without representation, and we want to see this injustice corrected. I have already presented the petition to the Board of Supervisors, and I also have presented it to the RTA. I'm hoping that you will all take this into consideration and make this incredible injustice. Well, I'm looking for the word. I'm sorry. Anyway, we need to make it right by our disabled community. We have people that live in Rocking Cave, for instance, where there are 900 homes, and there are people out there that are not able to take advantage to go to doctor's appointments, dialysis, or even grocery shopping. So I'm asking that you please take this into consideration. I have been to several meetings with Mr. Cunningham's office in the past regarding Sun Van, and I have been working on this project for almost 2 years, and I would appreciate it if you would take this all into consideration and grant us the right to the rides. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Jason Jensen.
Jason Jensen, resident on my own accord. Recently, the city celebrated the birthday of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and he was a reverend over a doctor. I never chose Reverend King as my leader, not because of his race, and I chose Einstein not because I looked as he does. Maybe because of his hair as a fearless character, but assuredly because he said that imagination is greater than knowledge. And no problem is resolved without the imagination to see a solution. But the real reason I didn't choose Reverend King will be harder for you all to accept. I have never seen a community actually live by what he stood for. Reverend King did not speak about just race. He spoke about hierarchy and poverty, and he spoke about how division becomes institutionalized, how it hardens into policies, how it corrupts systems, and that outcome deadens the soul. We can congratulate ourselves on races becoming socially unacceptable and diminished. That is real progress. But hierarchies are still here, poverty is still here, and in thinking we have evolved beyond what he said slows continual progress. And one hierarchy in particular that is almost never spoken about is mental disability. Physical disability has ramps, they have braille, sign language, interpreters, and they have codified procedures. But the mentally disabled exist in a legal and practical vacuum. So I want to ask something very concrete. If a person with autism, schizophrenia, bipolar, PTSD, or any other neurological disability encounters Tucson police, what exactly is their accommodation? Where is their protocol? Where is the training? Where is the recognition that neurodivergence is not criminality? You have a blue folder recognizing the issue, but what if I'm not driving? We celebrate pride for sexual identity and we talk about diversity and race and culture, but autism is expected to wait for acceptance as if cognitive structure could not possibly be something to respect. As if imagination, pattern thinking, intensity, and difference were defects instead of human variation. And what do we actually fund? Not accommodation, communication systems, or response teams. We fund drugs, chemical restraint, sedation. This is not civil rights. This is management. Reverend King warned that when one form of hierarchy collapses, another replaces it. I guess I ran out of time. Thank you.
Finish, if you want to finish your thought. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Reverend Queen, if we want his holiday to mean something, then this city must confront the hierarchy that still hides in plain sight. The treatment of the mentally different as problems to be controlled instead of citizens to be protected and encouraged. I'm not asking for symbolism, I'm asking for policies, protocols, individualized rules of engagement where the onus is not on the disabled to explain everything to every officer they meet just to then have to prove their disability. Training rights that function in real life and recognition that neurological difference is not a defect in humanity, is not a legitimate cause for concern to promote isolation and exclusion. That the loss of the ability to effectively communicate does not indicate dangerousness or incapability of self-care. That Baker's action in Florida so long ago bear no resemblance upon my own intent. That would be honoring Dr. King, for these issues mirror the fallacy of race-based providence and inflict upon all races. Anything less is just a ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Reyes Suarez.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. It's good to see my first time speaking with our new council members, Schubert and Barajas. I want both of you to come in, so I'm really happy to see you. Yesterday at the End ICE terror demonstration, we had thousands of people all across Tucson come to speak up in solidarity against this oppressive regime and its rogue agency, which is committing acts of cruelty and violation of civil rights across the nation. There were students, workers, retirees, a coalition across generations, races, and citizenship status. They called out not just for you to listen, but for you to act on. There is no time left to drag your feet, bloviate, and distract. There is time to be reactive is not acceptable. You must be proactive. One way you can start is the dismantling of the surveillance state across the city. While I don't speak for everyone in attendance yesterday, I can recognize that the Flock pilot program must be stopped. Not just Flock, but the other Motorola ALPRs and discontinuance of Axon fixed and body-worn AI cameras. No more AI tech, which is violating citizens' natural right to privacy. Tech that is shifting to become more intrusive, and Axon in particular is working on facial recognition implementation. I'm dismayed that in discussion with Chief Kazmar just in November, when I expressed concern over Flock cameras, he intended to put me at ease saying TPD did not have a Flock camera implementation. There was ALPRs in use, but from other companies not quite as mired in shady practices. All this only to sign in a pilot program for 2026. Kazmar also assured me that the Cobwebs Tangle fiasco AI, which monitors our social media, was untrue, and that he planned on releasing a press briefing about it, only for me to see that purchase agreement signed in 2023 for 28 months. I believe it doesn't end until March. I'm still losing my trust in Kazmar and in correlation, the members of the City Council. We don't need a study session or a public hearing on this matter. We need a full town hall on surveillance tech. You need to bring in the community to discussion regarding it, and you will see that it goes against our interests. Cameras don't build community, it stifles it. They don't prevent crime, which is born out of desperation, and they don't completely solve it either. They only put us at risk of a very apparent and oppressive government. To say these corporations are in bed with the administration is quite frankly an understatement. In addition to giving them backdoor access to control, they are counting on their support on easing and banning regulation, fomenting a false fear of domestic security. Our tormentors are not coming across the shores and land borders. The call is coming from inside the house. Even Pima County Board of Supervisors voted unanimously on not renewing their Axon AI body cameras for the Sheriff's Department because of said concerns. We need you to address this as well. And I want to leave you with a quote by Edward Snowden, who was one of the first whistleblowers about the ongoing surveillance state and increasing of it. Arguing that you don't care about privacy because you have nothing to hide is like arguing you don't care about free speech because you have nothing to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Reyes. Thomas Hackett.
Hello, my name is Thomas Hackett, and I live in the Sam Hughes neighborhood. Driving around town, I am constantly outraged by the slow progress of road work. Stuck on one construction obstructed road, I attempt a detour only to find another worse road. To be clear, I'm all for improving Tucson's roads. I have lived all over the country, in Los Angeles, in New York City, in Raleigh, North Carolina, in Eugene, Oregon, in Austin, Texas. And hands down, Tucson has the worst roads anywhere. We rank in the top 10, if not the top 5, of the most dangerous cities for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. Setting safety aside, the roads are also in atrocious repair. It's truly pathetic. I assume you know and share my embarrassment, but I do question your sense of urgency. At first, I thought maybe my exasperation was just me, just one cranky man ranting in his car. I emailed my ward representative and was told that, quote, city road projects are complex and often take longer than anticipated due to safety, funding, and scheduling conflicts. The statement appeared to be generated by ChatGPT. For every project at every level faces such conflicts. They aren't unusual to Tucson. Still, I thought I should survey my fellow Tucsonians. I wrote a statement and asked random people I encounter in my daily life if they would sign it. Turns out others are even angrier than I am. It took almost no work to gather these 100 signatures. Affected business owners are especially irate. Only a few people declined to sign my statement, simply because they had no hope that the city council would ever get its act together. Good luck, they said. They won't do anything. Everyone wanted answers to the same questions that I have. Why does Tucson take years to complete work that other cities finish in months? Why are long stretches of road work encumbered with confusing construction cones, even when no work is being done? Why do cones and barricades go up and then come down, yet it seems no work has been completed? Why do construction crews appear to work only a few hours a day, if at all? Why is the paving invariably done in a slipshod manner? I also had dozens of conversations speculating on possible reasons that Tucson struggles to complete common municipal projects.
Come to a conclusion, sir.
I'm sorry?
Come to a conclusion. Your 3 minutes are up.
Sure. Okay. Perhaps my impatience is off base. I have people have various theories of why the city is incompetent. But I'm here to tell you that people are really running out of patience. Thank you.
So let me get this clear. Are you pissed off that the roads are bad or that we're fixing them? Or both?
That they're bad, that you're fixing them, and there's no sense of urgency in getting them done.
Alrighty, I'm gonna talk to the city manager and make sure that he works on the schedules for the ones that we're fixing.
I'm sorry.
And if you can turn in the 100 signatures, we'd be more than happy to get them.
Sure.
And I think your 3 minutes are up. Thank you so much, really appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Thank you. Luis Campos. Luis Campos.
Good evening. My name is Luis Campos. I am a resident of the city of Tucson. I am also an immigration lawyer, and I'm a human rights lawyer, having practiced in the area more than 25 years now. I say this because in those 25 years, I've never seen law as marginalized by this federal government as it is now. It is a tragedy. It is irrelevant. As a lawyer, I can say that law has become irrelevant on the federal level. I'm asking you to make law relevant again, locally at the very least. Now, I say I'm an immigration lawyer also because I want to emphasize what I see on a daily basis. So what I see are calls from desperate family members who have had a mother, a father, a sibling, or a son or a daughter snatched off the streets by masked men at grocery stores, at convenience stores, near schools. I have seen what this does to families, including mixed status families, families with U.S. citizens, permanent residents, and individuals without status. And I should add that I have also received calls from the families of U.S. citizens who've also been abducted off our streets. I'd like to share some statistics. Data from the American Immigration Council tells us that roving patrols and at-large arrest, as well as arrest at work sites and outside courthouses, is up 600% in the first 9 months of the president's administration, the current Trump administration's administration. I repeated myself. And also, arrests of persons with no convictions surged by over 2,000% in 2025. This data squares with what I see on a daily basis. So I'm asking the city, don't be complicit in this. Do not be complicit in this nonsense. Do not permit or facilitate the use of city property or assets in these kinds of operations. The federal government tells us that it is going after the worst of the worst. This is not true. After the most hardened criminals, this is not true. It is an Orwellian twist to have them tell us that 2 + 2 = 5. It doesn't equal 5. So what I specifically ask the city to do is to commit yourselves and this city to public safety of all of us, independent of our status or our citizenship. Protect all of us and prohibit the use of city property and assets, including parks, parking areas, and vacant lots from being used as staging areas of federal civil immigration enforcement operations. Don't let them use these places for processing, interviewing, and detaining individuals for civil immigration purposes. And don't let these places be used for conducting surveillance related to civil immigration enforcement unless compelled by a judicial warrant or a court order. I ask you to stand up for all of us. Honor this community, honor its children, honor your responsibilities, and stand up to this government, this federal government. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Campos, just for your information for the public here in attendance, the mayor and council had this item at the request of myself and the vice mayor and unanimously voted to move in that direction. So you're coming here at a good day. Thank you. Our next speaker is Margot Itule.
Good evening. My name is Margot Itule, and I am a native Tucsonan and a very concerned citizen. We are facing a most dangerous threat to our country, our freedoms, our democracy, our relationship with the rest of the world. To quote Christopher Armitage, we are playing in a system where one side breaks all the rules and the referee calls fouls only on one team, the other team. People who still have a sense of decency are horrified by the destructive and reprehensible actions of federal immigration enforcement agents, invading, terrorizing, and disappearing people in our cities and neighborhoods. We need to be prepared for what is inevitably coming to Tucson as a border community. I'm adding my voice to the chorus in this community, demanding that elected officials step up and take a stand. We need to establish a concrete plan that will protect people in our neighborhoods. Attorney General Bondi has repeatedly asserted that Article 3 judges have no jurisdiction over executive branch decisions on domestic terrorism threats, border security, or immigration enforcement. I'm no legal expert, but this sounds like the executive branch is giving itself absolute immunity. My understanding is that the DOJ is claiming that Article 3 judges can no longer intervene to rule on immigration matters. Now that Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act in Minnesota, our local leaders need to partner with state officials and take measures that protect our community from federal overreach. The City of Tucson draft statement regarding potential federal deployment does not go far enough to provide meaningful protection for Tucsonans. The statement doesn't provide concrete policy, rules, or protections for overreach on immigration enforcement. It would be very important for Tucson City Attorney to partner with Arizona Attorney General to structure policies and rules based on the ACLU's 9 models policy, which are designed to protect our families and our neighbors' families from some of the worst abuses of this administration. While I support the city's policy to restrict ICE operations on city property, I am asking for a specific policy that police not provide security for ICE enforcement actions. It's not TPT's job to support ICE. We need the council's commitment in resisting compliance with the Trump administration's unlawful agenda. It is critical that we go on the offense in a way that is strategic and has long-lasting effect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Aituli. Chris Arquiza Jr.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I want to begin with the numbers because numbers do not moralize, they do not speculate, and they do not exaggerate. Numbers tell us what is structurally true. The budget reality we cannot ignore. In 2023, the Tucson Pima County Homeless Coalition estimates that between 50 and 70 million was spent attempting to end homelessness in Pima County. That figure alone should give us pause. Why? Because despite that level of spending, homelessness persists, and by every projection, it's not declining fast enough to justify the cross trajectory. This is not an argument that we're spending too much, it's an argument that we're spending at the wrong point in the system. Let's examine what is happening upstream before people will ever enter shelters or encampments. According to National Equity Atlas, 11,000 renter households in Pima County are behind on rent. The average arrears is $2,200. Total rent debt equals $24 million. Now, for less than half of what we already spend annually responding to homelessness, we could eliminate the entire current backlog of rental debt that is actively feeding future homelessness. Now, let's follow the math further. The average household size of Pima County is 2.9 people. If only 10% of those behind on rent are evicted, a conservative estimate in a tight rental market, that equals 1,100 households evicted, 3,100 people newly homeless. The figure alone approaches or exceeds a significant portion of the entire current unhoused population. This is not speculation. This is basic arithmetic applied to known risk factors. Evictions are not a side issue, they are the front door into homelessness. In 2023, Pima County Collaboration to End Homelessness System Modeling Report identifies that only 3,300 shelter and housing beds currently exist, 6,228 beds are needed. That is a shortfall of nearly 3,000 beds. To close that gap after people become homeless requires an estimated 135 to 158 million in additional funding, largely for rental assistance and essential case management. Let me restate this plainly. We are already spending 50 to 70 million annually, and the system tells us itself we need another 135 to 158 to catch up. That is not a substantial curve. That is a structural failure model. The reason is simple. We are trying to build our way out of a problem that is being continuously replenished by evictions. From an economic perspective, this is a classic case of late-stage intervention failure. We're paying for emergency shelter, outreach teams, law enforcement interaction, hospital utilization, long-term case management, administration overhead. All of these costs occur after housing has already been lost. By contrast, preventing eviction requires modest short-term rental assistance, mediation, temporary stabilization. In system engineering terms, small inputs upstream prevent massive downstream expenditures. This is not generosity, this is cost avoidance. I propose the creation of a rental stability and eviction prevention fund financed by a flat eviction filing fee applied to individuals or entities owning 2 or more rental properties. This is how it works. The flat fee is assessed at the moment eviction fail is filed. Funds are legally restricted to rental arrears assistance, eviction mediation, utility stabilization, rapid rehousing before shelter entry.
Mr. Arquiza, your time is over, but
Just a quick thing.
if you can
Yeah.
wrap it up as quickly as possible, and then you did not give us any contact information.
All right.
And what you're saying is really important.
Okay.
These are good ideas, so I'm gonna ask our clerk to get your number
Okay, that
and
works.
email address.
Yes, so it's almost done, but I appreciate that. So this policy does not prohibit evictions. It does not cap rents. It does not punish landlords. Simply recognizes basic economic truth. Evictions impose predictable public costs, and a portion of those costs should be internalized at the point of origin. So we want to not give the cost to the taxpayer, but rather transfer it to the people who are causing the evictions. These large, these large industries, as well as housing people that own these rents coming to Tucson, taking the money out of Tucson, and bringing it back.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, sir. And the clerk, Mr. Arquiza, the clerk is going to get your contact information. Our last speaker is JP Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, Council, JP Salvatierra, native, not on retainer. I'd like to acknowledge that there's some things that we can do to improve the integrity of the council and our representative democracy. And that would be essentially, from this point on, to have no virtual public meetings. They only represent stakeholders and not the public at large. Reject any and all non-disclosure agreements. No executive session, ultimate decision-making. More public hearings on RTA next priorities. Define action over rhetoric as progress. And requesting that future study session identify TEP's public commonwealth utility takeover. State, city, and county can create the legal support and the funding to make this happen. No one's going to take it from them. They're going to hold on to it to the last minute because it's big money. And we need that for our independence as a community. We also demand that ADEQ protect us from PM 2.5 talcum powder dust from Copper World and South 32 Hermosa LLC's contamination and stringent aggressive inspection. We don't sell our Santa Rita watershed from Patagonia subdivisions that have been granted a 100-year potable water supply to protect their own property rights and their property values and survival. Water is survival. We don't write sacred water resource checks without public aquifer integrity first. And if you can't remove Fortis and TEP and these foreign proxies that have over-lobbied our federal government, then I've actually lost confidence that I can reliably vote on the RTA next and any other future tax measures without taking care of business first. We, the constituents, are more important than foreign proxies and special interest groups. You represent us first. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the speakers, all the individuals that came to speak to their council, mayor and council. Item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through D.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with the City of Tucson and the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County, RTA, for construction funding for the Blackledge Bicycle Boulevard project. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement with the Pima County and the City of Tucson regarding the interconnection of data networks. Item D is updates to Tucson Code, Article 11, Independent Audit and Performance Commission.
May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move to approve the matters on the consent agenda.
Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Schubert,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mrs. Barajas,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing, proposed changes to Park Tucson rates and fees citywide.
The city manager's communication number 16, as dated January 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to take formal action on the proposed changes to Park Tucson rates and fees. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Do we have any speakers for this item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Do we have a presentation by our Park Tucson or Department of Transportation?
No, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty, so we're gonna start the public hearing. Again, please state your name if you're a City of Tucson resident, and whether you're a retained speaker. We do not need your address, we just need to know if you're a city resident. Okay. Our first speaker is Reyes Suarez.
I thank you again for letting me speak. I don't have as much prepared on this. I'm just kind of winging it. First, I want to make it a point that this matter doesn't affect me directly. I don't drive. I don't have a car. I rely on public transportation. Now, that being said, it definitely adjacently affects me because I enjoy coming out downtown and on 4th Avenue and having the diverse options of entertainment, eating. I've always been around downtown ever since I was a teen. And I've only seen businesses struggle more and more to keep up with the increased rent and lower population of people come see them, which this parking rate increase and the extension of the times is definitely going to affect. I have relationships with multiple venue owners who are already struggling with getting people to patronize their establishments. They're seeing less and less people, and that has a direct correlation from like when they extended those rates previously and how much it costs for people to stay. You know, there's a cap of like 2 hours. Sometimes people want to come to a show, a venue, and that goes on longer than that. Sometimes they want to eat a meal with friends and, you know, hang out, and that caps that. Sometimes they want to see a movie at the Fox Theater or the screening room. You know, it just makes it harder and harder for them to do that and to get people to come out. And this is going to directly impact them. And we're going to see a lot more closed businesses and stifled economic value coming through with these increases. So yeah, I hope y'all see this and you recognize that they're struggling bad. And we need to, you know, keep them open, keep them helping, keep traffic coming through downtown, because I don't want this to become an empty space. I don't want to lose what Tucson is. Thank you.
Sharon, I think it's Fiedler. Sharon Fiedler.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Fiedler, and I live in Pima County. I recently had the privilege of going to the City of Tucson court to appeal a citation that I had received on 12th Street, which is 1 block north of Broadway. I had fortunate that I'm able to go home and see Wisconsin and see grandchildren during the summer. So I was not aware that the City of Tucson had changed the amount of when meters were in effect. And the years that I had gone to see plays at the Temple of Music and Arts, if I would park at 5 o'clock, go and have dinner downtown, which I'm assuming people would want me to do, then going to a theater, being in that parking spot for 4 hours. I never had to plug the meter before. This year, the first play of the season, I got a ticket because I had parked more than 2 hours in that parking spot, not knowing that the requirement had changed to 7 p.m. When I was speaking with the judge last week, she informed me that the consideration is now to change the parking meter to 10 o'clock. And Tucson is a beautiful city. We have so many wonderful venues for arts and entertainment and music. So the inconsistency of the parking meters throughout town, just on that 12th Street between Scott and 6th Street, there are parking signs that indicate you can be there for 6 hours. There are signs that have no meters. There are spots that have no meters whatsoever. There are some spots that say there's 2-hour parking and that only goes until 7 o'clock. There are spots that say it's just 2 hours parking and it doesn't say daytime, nighttime. It's very, very inconsistent. $1 an hour for parking, I don't think that is an unreasonable fee for the city. But the inconsistency of the meters downtown. Tonight, I parked out on the street right out over here on the north side of the building. It says 2 hours. I don't know if that's at night. I don't know if I'm gonna go out there and find a ticket because I went over my 2 hours for this meeting tonight. And as the other gentleman was saying, 2 hours when you're parking downtown for evening's entertainment, to go to a play, to go to dinner, to go to listen to music, that's an unreasonable limitation on the meter. That's probably all I have to say. But raising the fee is acceptable to me, but consistency around the meters and also having it public service announcements that the meters change the time, that would be helpful. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Riley Lonhan, I believe. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but it's Riley.
Hi there, my name is Riley Venables. I am a resident of downtown Tucson. I am against this resolution because I live down here and I have a parking pass I paid for in December for the Armory Park area. The Armory Park area is extremely busy and dense, so I often cannot park in the Armory Park spots. So I have to park in the metered spots until 8 p.m. or whenever Armory Park spots clear out. So in turn, making it until 10 p.m. means I have to park for an additional 2 hours and pay for it. This would ultimately come out to around $70 a week because I get home at 3 and then I have to wait 2 hours, pay for those 2 hours, change a spot because I can only park there for 2 hours, and then do it until around 10 p.m. then. That gets very expensive very quickly. And I believe if Tucson's goal is affordability, then this is only going to be a money pit, a money hole. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine Pierce.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
I am also here in opposition of extending the times on all parking meters, like across the board. But specifically for Fourth Avenue, I am against even raising the rates. Fourth Avenue has very unique challenges, parking being one of the very large and long time one of them. I understand that you need the money to maintain garages and surface lots, but Fourth Avenue doesn't have any garages or any city-maintained lots. The city promised our district over a decade ago that the revenue from installing the meters on Fourth Avenue would go towards parking solutions for our district, but instead the city's taken hundreds of thousands of dollars in meter revenue from our district to pay for other districts' parking garages. In addition to that, the city has made most of the side streets in our district permit only, has given out-of-state developers multi-million-dollar tax incentives that could have actually benefited it could have possibly benefited our district if public parking actually would have been required in those deals. But instead, the developments eliminated the majority of the private parking that was always available to Fourth Avenue patrons previously. Downtown has almost 9,000 public on-street garage and surface lot spaces, and that's not even including the 1,000+ spaces for permits and event parking. Fourth Avenue has less than 400 spaces. That's literally like one space to downtown's 20+. I don't think it's reasonable to continue to put stress on our district's accessibility. The financial burden of other districts' parking maintenance should not be on us. And I hate that it feels that the city's given up helping us find parking solutions, but even if it doesn't go directly towards parking, the revenue generated from our district should be reinvested in our district. I would like to think that we all have Fourth Avenue's best interest in mind, but with proposals like this, it frequently doesn't feel that way. So again, I ask that you not make changes to our meters and permits. Don't extend the times on any of them. It really does affect accessibility. And I mean, people do go out to events. Like 2 hours is not enough. But that's all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Joshua Gutierrez.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and City Council members. My name is Joshua Gutierrez, and I reside and work in downtown Tucson. I am not paid to be here. My fellow tenants and I are respectfully urging you to vote no on the proposed changes to Park Tucson rates and fees. When I moved into my downtown apartment in August 2023, my monthly parking rate at the Depot Plaza garage was $65. Since then, the rate has steadily increased without any end in sight. A $5 monthly increase was implemented in July 2024, and another $5 increase is scheduled for March of this year. With this proposal, an additional $5 will be added, and we will be paying $80 a month, which represents a nearly 23% increase since I moved in to access the same parking spot. Our parking garage ranks among the highest monthly garage rates in the city. Previous rates increase have not resulted in improved facilities management. We have experienced cracked, non-functional elevator buttons, persistent flooding, and malfunctioning kiosks. We have also experienced months of garage elevator outages. Sometimes both elevators are out of service. Having to use the stairs has been particularly detrimental to those with disabilities and other physical limitations for our building and the adjacent public housing MLK apartments. When this proposal was brought up in study sessions, talking points only focused on increasing metered street parking fees and extended hours. This has led to the perception that this proposal only consists of a mere 75-cent increase for every 30 minutes, as stated by some council members. This action has disregarded the $120 annual increase that many downtown residents will face. In addition, The public education on extended parking enforcement and the new fees have been absent. Neither I or the tenants in my building have been informed regarding this matter, despite being directly affected by these changes. City residents and even members of this council have been confused about recent changes. Local media reports, as recent as yesterday, indicate that the proposed increase of a street meter parking to 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, will deter individuals from visiting downtown, thereby exacerbating the challenges faced by local businesses in this district. During my time in downtown Tucson, I have observed numerous businesses either closing or relocating. Storefronts remain empty as the economy takes a downturn and residents can't justify extending trips here due to increased parking fees. If the objective is to promote tourism and betterment of life to the heart of Tucson, these actions are fundamentally contradictory to that goal. We are not comparable to Phoenix in terms of parking rates due to our lower population and lack of downtown amenities. It is unjust to employ that as a justification. Members of this council frequently emphasize the economic turmoil that the community and the nation are experiencing. We are witnessing a reduction in governmental funds allocated to assist the less fortunate. Consequently, voting to approve this measure disregards these concerns as if they were never present and imposes additional burdens to those who are already struggling. Downtown residents will be among the most adversely affected if this is approved. My building's residents will each end up paying $960 a year in parking fees for the continued absence of maintenance facilities. I, along with many of them, are single-income households with rising bill costs and often rely on financial assistance as it is. This proposal imposes a financial burden on hardworking constituents to raise the capital for your Heart of Tucson initiative, full of improvement promises that should have been implemented during previous rate increases. With this approval, I anticipate the city further exploiting constituents without addressing deteriorating infrastructure. With all due respect, I urge you to vote against this fee increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Jason Warake. Jason Warake.
Good evening, esteemed Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to take a little sidebar and also thank you all for maintaining this democratic process. And just as an individual and as a citizen, as a veteran, as someone who grew up as a person of color in South Tucson, I understand that democracy is not something that's guaranteed. It's a vision and it's a dream. And it's a flame that needs to be constantly fed. And I'd like to thank you all for keeping that, making Tucson really just a beacon and a safe place for democracy and for allowing us to have our freedoms that were constitutionally guaranteed. So I'd like to start with that. I'm here to represent both Barrio Santa Cruz and also as an employee of the city of Tucson at Tucson City Courts. I did not expect this to be a big issue within our barrio, but it's something that came to discussion and a few points have been made. One of the major points is that, throughout our history and generations past, downtown Tucson has been a cultural center for a lot of us. The neighborhood we come from, there's a lot of, it's near downtown Tucson, but it is kind of urban in the respect that we farm animals and we have horses, and the rodeo parade did kind of originate here in downtown, and it was always a big event. Personally, I grew up on 4th Avenue, 24th Street. Coming downtown was a big thing for us. We would get dressed up, we would put on our boots, and we would come celebrate. The message that our neighborhood wants to pass on is, working with the city, we understand that improvements and progress takes a lot of work, and one of the great barriers there is funding and money. So we understand where these increases are coming from. What we would like to, the city council and mayor to recognize is our cultural impact and our cultural history and we don't know if there's a solution to it, but if there is a way to recognize the lifelong residents of Tucson, those of us who have kept that culture alive, and to offer some sort of discount or some sort of way to find more affordable housing so that we don't feel shut out of downtown where, you know, many of our generations grew up and celebrated our culture. Moving on, I'd like to say, as a City of Tucson employee, there's also been a lot of discussion towards that. And well, I know there will be more said from the rest of our representation. One thing I like that really stuck with me is that, you know, over the past few years, we've been forced to make a lot of tough decisions, whether those tough decisions are in housing and being forced to move out to places like Vail or out by the casino to find affordable family housing, and the commutes that we take every day to come work downtown and provide services for the city. We're making tough choices, whether it's in food, transportation, health, or mental health, and things like that. And increasing the parking rates, you know, it is already a burden, and we do get a stipend, which we appreciate, but the stipend does not meet our needs and alleviate the burdens as well as we would hope. So we would like the mayor and council to take that with them with their decision making, and to maybe afford some kind of a discount or some additional stipend towards city workers to help alleviate those burdens and make our service a little more manageable, and as far as our work-life balance and the decisions we have to make. Otherwise, thank you for your service, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Huaraque. I think it's Carolina Silva. Carolina Silva. I'll come back to her just in case she comes back. Desi Navarro.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I get 5 minutes instead of 3 tonight, so lovely change. I am calling to speak for the proposed rate changes for parking and for the monthly permits. There's been a lot of talk about the people who wants to come down and experience downtown. I'm representing City of Tucson's workforce, people that aren't just down here for fun and entertainment, but are providing services and doing their job downtown, a place where we're required to be. We're working for the city. So just keeping that in mind, we do have a stipend, and I'm glad that Jason mentioned it. The stipend was put into place in 2001 by a mixed city council and mayor, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, who recognized the need that if they're going to have a workforce downtown, they need to be able to afford to work there. And so when they started implementing parking costs, they gave our employees a $25 stipend in 2001. Since then, that has not changed. For the past 25 years, we are still receiving $25 a month to park downtown. And we've seen rate increases across years and years and years. I can show you on this sheet how many times that $25 has gotten approved when there were rate increases that were far out of hand. For one of these parking garages, I found it interesting that Councilmember Schubert was talking about TEP, and their rate hikes would cost working families $20 more a month. One of your garages will raise by 100% from $40 to $80 and immediately put a raising cost on a working family for $40 right off the gate a month. It's unfair, it's unjust. If we were gonna follow, even before this rate change, just inflation, that stipend should be $45.75. It's not. With this rate increase going through, if it does, even that will not be sufficient. We have workers that are basically a tax on City of Tucson workers who are supplementing their own paychecks by paying the city back for the privilege of coming to work. If we are parking in a garage here, even surface ones, the cheapest one there is $40 a month. That's the one that's proposed to go to $80. The next one up is $45. So that's paying back that $25 stipend plus an additional $20 on top of that. We are paying you to come to work. And the more you raise these costs, the more you're putting that burden on the workers. So I understand there's budgetary needs and you guys have got to make your money somehow, but it cannot be on the back of your labor force. We are disproportionately impacted because we pay downtown to park. So I would encourage all of you to vote no on this, especially without bringing in other people that are going to be affected by this as part of the discussion, because raising these rates on your workers again, who already got their pay increases capped and cut down, who are already getting rising healthcare costs, putting another parking stipend on top of there is an unfair burden and a tax on your workers. Thank you.
Arlene Leaf. Arlene Leaf.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Arlene Leaf, and I am a merchant on 4th Avenue, and I've been there for 46 years. And I want to speak today about the parking situation and to ask you to please really consider. I came speaking from the merchant point of view, but honestly, I hear all these other points of view, and they're equally important. That I really feel that if there's any way to delay making these decisions at this time, it would be very prudent. From the merchant's point of view, I know for 46 years, the city has said it was going to solve the parking problem. We've had a parking problem on 4th Avenue. When they put in the meters, they said that money will go to support a parking garage or something that will help alleviate the problem. And one of the rationale was by having it for 2 hours, it would force a greater turnover on the avenue. So you wouldn't have the people that are just coming there and parking all day long. So now we have the 2 hours. If you're 1 minute over the 2 hours, you cannot put more money in. You have to go find another place. And I really think it is the heart of Tucson, downtown and 4th Avenue, the public parking. And I was thinking it more from the shopper or the visitor's point of view, to go and visit the shops and go have something to eat and support the neighborhoods, right? But the whole argument with the entertainment, for if you want to go to the theater, if you want to go to a meeting, anything like that, the arbitrary 2 hours is very difficult. So I feel that everyone, Jasmine has done a fabulous job of researching just the differential between the availability of parking downtown and what's available at 4th Avenue. And 400 spaces is very small. We have one paid parking garage in back, and I don't know what the capacity is, and we have somebody else who opens it up sometimes to the public. But I figure in my rough decision is that you're already making $1 million a year off the parking on 4th Avenue as it stands, with the hours and with the dollars. And that, to increase it by 30% and then to extend the hours, which would be a hardship to the commercial district and to the people living there. I just really want you to truly, truly consider very deeply what all the implications of this type of a decision is for the community and for the visitors that come here that support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leaf. Erika Macias.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a native Tucsonan and local teacher and a downtown resident, and I just am asking you to vote no on raising parking fees. It's just not fair. People aren't going to visit me or businesses or anything. If fewer people are going to come downtown already, since it's the 7 o'clock, they raised the time, fewer people are coming. Nobody wants to come. They're like, we don't want to come. We don't want to pay for parking, and they're not going to come. And then we go out and we go to all the businesses, and so I think it should really, please just reconsider. this additional hardship. It's just a hard economy too. But thank you.
James Ornelas? James? Is it Owens? I'm sorry, James Owens. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is James Owens. I am a Tucson resident and a small business owner down here. I own Brickbox Brewery, located right behind the Rialto Theater. I was looking into numbers and wanted to come up here and give a professional look at that, and I realized I don't need to do that. I've seen a huge decrease in my business since the initial rate change that happened recently. And it's been very difficult to convince people to come downtown and spend their money in a space that almost has it creates a difficult environment for people to want to stay. As mentioned before, a show at the Rialto doesn't last 2 hours, and it definitely starts around 6 or 7 o'clock. People like to come downtown, they like to eat. That's gonna take you a while. You're gonna wanna go to a local restaurant, have some food. By the time you finish your meal, you can't go to the show, you need to repark your car. This hour change is gonna be devastating to downtown businesses. I'm not saying this like it might be, I'm telling you like it is going to be. I've watched it already be a problem with 7 p.m. It's very dangerous what you're playing with. If you need to find money, please don't do it by crippling the businesses that live here downtown. Our employees are constantly fighting the situation of parking. And like mentioned before, the stipend not being enough, it's problematic. One of my other major concerns I wanted to raise is the safety issue. My business is on Broadway. There is 0 police presence on Broadway. There's no one walking the beat. Half the time I try to get a hold of 911, I'm usually hung up on and called back. I understand that's another issue. My concern is when my employees leave a building at 2 or 3 a.m., depending on how busy the night was, now I'm asking them to walk down a street with no lighting, which is Herbert Street, and on top of that, a street that I've known people to have problems with or to be harassed or robbed even. I'm asking these employees of mine to walk down that street with no concern about their safety because now they can't park close to the business they work at. There's no solution for this. And parking at a garage is way too far for Charles Del Rey, for anyone that works at Pueblo Vita, for any of the Rialto staff. It's a very difficult situation. Raising these rates and also increasing that time is going to devastate the Rialto Theater, us at Brickbox, Cartel Coffee, anyone that's there in the afternoon. So I urge you and I beg you, please reconsider this and do not pass it. I've already seen the problem that is created with the increase, with the loss of business, and I'm very scared for you guys to do this. As a business that's 2 years old, we are fighting to stay above water, and this is only going to hurt us. So please, 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 I'm begging you, take a look at this again. If you need to find the money, there's other ways. This is not the move. It's only going to hurt us. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Jacob Snyder.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me speak. My name is Jacob Snyder. I am a resident of the city of Tucson. I'm here representing myself. I hope you'll let me apologize. I didn't prepare anything nice like these other people. I decided to speak relatively recently. I thought that I was going to be among opponents, I should say, here. I personally very much oppose this proposed rate increase and this hour expansion. Now, I just learned about this recently, actually. I'm a resident of Tucson for a couple of years now, and I heard about this actually on the radio, and I decided to come and speak. I'm here not on specific numbers, which is, I'm a numbers guy. I usually like to speak about numbers. I don't have numbers here because I did not have a lot of time to prepare for this. One thing that I did while I'm just sitting there on my phone trying to do as much research as possible, it seems like a large motivation here is to fund Sunlink. It sounds like the council is thinking that you guys can raise $1.7 million by these rate increases and hour expansion. Something that I haven't heard brought up yet is that If Sunlink is not being used enough or needs more money, perhaps funding Sunlink through the users of Sunlink is a valuable proposition. Now, I understand that maybe there's an advantage to keeping this a free service, and I've thought about using Sunlink actually myself, given that it's free and it should be easy to use. The problem is just that honestly, the schedule is not easy to understand. There's poor marketing, there's poor understanding of when it's running. Hours do not seem to be particularly valuable or useful for my use cases. I don't work downtown. But funding a service through the people who use the service seems to be a logical thing to do. Now, something else that was brought up earlier in the meeting, Councilmember Schubert, you mentioned, I believe, that the Arizona Corporation Commission is expected to raise rates, and it's going to cost the average Arizona family $19.43 per month. Somebody else brought this up, and I was very glad to hear that. These parking rate increases, just like really back of the envelope calculations that I just did sitting right there, is going to wildly exceed for an average user or somebody who wants to go visit downtown. I already find myself, like I said, I've been here a couple of years now, I already find myself purposefully avoiding downtown, visiting downtown businesses for places things that I can do elsewhere. A good example, the other day, I went to go ship something at the UPS store. I like the UPS store downtown, and they're really nice people, and they have great hours. I purposefully chose a different place. I rearranged the order of my errands because it's not just a monetary cost of $1 or $2. There's also a temporal cost of I have to go download an app, and I'm figuring out which spot am I in, and I just want to run in and drop something off and come out. There's no grace period, X number of minutes free, whatever. Rate increases going up 30%. It seems to be, I'm very happy that it seems like I'm amongst other people here who tend to agree with me. It just seems like this was a poorly thought out solution, and that there must be another way to do this. If the motivation is Sunlink, there are certainly ways to do this through funding Sunlink in other ways. And I understand again that there's probably motivation to keep that free, and I like that too. But if there's a desire for the people or for the administration or organization who runs Sunlink to make money off of Sunlink, they will find better ways to expand hours, to expand access, to expand the location coverage, to expand all the things around that would make it a more valuable service. And there's an incentive structure there that maybe can be utilized to fund continued Sunlink operation. So I don't know, again, maybe I'm just being a straw man right now because I didn't entirely understand the motivation, but if that is the motivation, then there's certainly other options. Thank you again for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. All righty, I'm going to call Carolina Silva one more time. All righty, I think that was our last speaker. Let me see. All righty, I think that was our last speaker. Thank you so much. I will
Madam
need-
Mayor?
Sure. JP, I don't have your card.
That's
All righty. Let's see. We do have a time available for anyone else in the audience to speak that wishes to be heard. JP, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jonathan Salvatierra, Tucson native resident. And I'm very concerned about this, the rate increase. The way it's written here, changes to Park Tucson rates and fees, parenthesis, citywide, communications. Okay, then further in this, it says relating to transportation and Park Tucson. Now, I don't know if that relates to transportation mobility issues, their funding or anything, but the emphasis here is that if people make use of the downtown area, and particularly 4th Avenue, it's a strengthening thing that we all need. We're a unique culture, and we're so locally close to the university that this creates a synergistic effect. When the availability of parking and reasonable cost, and I might also mention reasonable fees for tickets and citations, not $200-300, for something. I mean, that's just way out of hand. The other thing that really bothers me is, okay, and these kind of fees, are discriminatory against people that can't afford them, first of all, and for our tourists that find that it's so inconvenient. Oh, well, let's just go somewhere else. We won't visit downtown. Another huge primary issue that I learned about through a presentation before a civic activity that I attend is that a speaker for the Fourth Avenue Merchants Association mentioned that they bring $65 million worth of revenue that they generate during the gem show, okay? Now, as a perspective, Beal with Project Blue, they're going to hypothecate $15 million. They're not confirmed, they're hypothecating. Other issues, you have a 3% franchise fee from TEP, and that's $14 million, okay? But is that a general fund thing? Because we all know that a corporation doesn't absorb the cost. They pass it through to we, the public, who are the last holders of recourse. That's a very important thing that we all need to remind ourselves about. I'm sure you have very significant concern about this, and related to the public and the use of the downtown area, and emphasizing tourism and convenience and multiple venues that they participate in. I know when Mayor Rothschild was in office, all city employees don't have to worry about parking. It's paid for. The majority of other, some members, maybe not all, I know some public, Pima County have to pay, but that's another standing issue. It's just about being reasonable. It's about having, a balance. And this is really, I never wanted to say it before, but it's really low-hanging fruit. It really is. When you can't have it both ways. If you allow big business and the building community to have their additional dwelling unit, 650 square foot is roughly about $200,000. So when you're looking at that versus having the parking restriction that allows them to park underneath a two-story structure, that works. And that's amenable. That's compromise. But when you put students out on the street for someone to vandalize their vehicle, snatch and grab, their insurance rates go up. We know that. It's a fact. It's just such a... There's so many different ways that we can support our local Fourth Avenue Merchant Association, and we used to be able to get your parking validated if you went in and had a meal. I mean, that was commonplace. Why can't we do that now? Don't let this go after 7 o'clock. That's ridiculous. It's an incredible challenge to residents in the downtown area, and it's just uncomfortable for all of us.
Time is up. Thank you. Thank you. You've had your 5 minutes. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this? Come on up.
Thank you. Thank you. I filled out a card. I don't know where it went. I'm Rachel DeQuisto. I work downtown. My children go to school downtown. I am a small business owner, and as I work towards building my business, I'm also an employee of the Rialto Theater. I am opposed to this, and I would urge you to consider where else and how else we can raise funds. I will echo all of the things that have been said in opposition are valid and valuable to take into consideration as you review this. Everything from residents and at best for folks visiting downtown for just the evening, it's confusing. There wasn't, as James mentioned, a rate increase not that long ago and an extension of hours not that long ago. It's inconsistent. So at best, folks shy away. And at worst, we are putting the burden on the folks who are in the acute ecosystem, like business owners and schools or people who attend school and residents. So I would like you to consider. I also really enjoyed what the other gentleman had to say about possibly if it is to raise funds for a different thing like Sunlink, that maybe we should look harder at how to raise these funds. I don't think this is the best solution. I understand the challenge, and I just wanted to echo my opposition. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate that.
Of course, thank you. Alrighty, I do not think we have any additional speakers. May I have a motion to close the public
So
hearing?
moved, Mayor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24062 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24062 relating to transportation in Park Tucson, adopting the increase to Park Tucson rates and fees for garages, parking lots, residential and non-residential permits, and metered parking administered by Park Tucson, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure? Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I can get the party started up here. Lots of valid concerns from a variety of folks. So I really appreciate everyone for coming out and talking today. Tim, I have a couple questions for you. I just want to zoom way out real quick and set some context to remind us and our neighbors who came out today why this is in front of us, exactly what the purpose is, where the funding is going to go, how it's going to be used, and if you could just refresh us on why this is in front of us today as a starter, and then I do have a few other questions.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Lee, this was brought forward as part of the overall approach to creating the Heart of Tucson as a tourism district in the downtown area. It is largely centered on the streetcar extents, and the Heart of Tucson boundary is generally a walk shed around the downtown or the Sunlink streetcar. It is correct that we recently did changes to meter rates and hours, and this was intended to raise additional revenue into the downtown area, extending through 4th Avenue and to the university and back as additional revenue to that area. How that revenues could be used would be further revenues to Park Tucson itself, which is to address our parking needs, our meter change outs that are necessary in the garages themselves. But it also could be used to enhance the safety and security of the region. So this was initiated as part of that discussion around the Heart of Tucson.
Okay, thank you, Tim. I will be honest, and I think I speak for a lot of East Siders as well. Parking is my #1 concern. My team knows when you put an appointment in my calendar, put where I'm going to park, because it can be a challenge for folks like Jason mentioned, folks who don't have access to good transit services and don't have an opportunity to do anything but to drive or take an Uber downtown. So it is a very real challenge. I guess the question that I have, we've heard a lot of reasons as to why we should say no. I would like Tim just to understand the impact of us saying no. You know, does this mean we have to dip into reserves to cover, just what would be the impact today if we decide not to move forward?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Lee, I do not foresee that this is a situation where if you say no, we have to dip into the general fund reserve. The Park Tucson itself is a special revenue fund. During COVID and time frames around that, the Park Tucson revenues were not matching the costs of operating the facilities and the operations. However, we've largely climbed out of that. We're still seeing, quite honestly, the impact of the recent changes to hours and rates that occurred not too long ago. But I don't foresee that this would be something that immediately impacts the reserve.
Thank you, Tim. I think for me, I think there's enough compelling reasons as to why this is probably not the right approach to move forward with right now, but I would love to hear what the colleagues have to say.
Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Cunningham.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Just, I know to like refresh also for my colleagues, this was something that Councilmember Ulick at the time had brought forward, as well as myself, on how do we right-size parking in our downtown. We know that we have a culture of not liking to pay for parking, and I will be the first one to say that. But I also had the experience of being a student at the U of A and not being able to afford parking at the U of A, and that forced me to ride a bike and use our public transportation system to get around. And I will forever be grateful for that experience of allowing me to get to see my city and get to meet people and see things in a different light. Because when you're riding a bike, when you're using public transit and you're walking, you're seeing all the needs that our community has. And you have a different relationship with your environment when you step out of your vehicle and you're not in such a car-centric mentality. So I want to start my remarks with this simple idea, because I think we don't think about it, that free parking or subsidized parking isn't really free. And so what we're asking from neighbors is, if you own a private vehicle, why should the expectation be on the taxpayer to subsidize your free parking or your cheaper parking? I don't think that that is fair to put that on taxpayers to have to foot the bill. When parking is underpriced, the costs show up elsewhere, with congestion, pollution, higher rents, and a downtown that prioritizes car storage over people. So this isn't just about parking, it's about how we manage our public space, mobility, and the real costs of driving. Parking is one of the largest public land uses in the urban core, and how we price it shapes travel behavior, land use, and who our downtown works for. Urban planner Donald Shoup has spent decades studying this, and his research shows that cheap or free parking doesn't make cities more accessible, it makes them more congested and harder to navigate. Drivers end up circling for spots, wasting time and fuel while our streets get more crowded. Pricing parking closer to market rates does the opposite. It makes parking easier to find, reduces cruising, and encourages people to choose the option that works best for them, whether that's parking once and walking, using a garage, or taking Sunlink or transit. This is not about punishing drivers. It's about managing the limited public space responsibly and giving people real choices. Right now, we heavily subsidize driving and parking, even for those who don't benefit from that subsidy at all. What's also important is what happens to the revenue. These adjustments help cover rising maintenance and security costs, allow us to reinvest in the urban core, supporting mobility, safety, and the heart of Tucson, work tied to Sunlink and downtown access. Ultimately, this is about aligning our parking policy with our values, moving away from subsidizing congestion and toward managing our public spaces responsibly. It means less congestion, better access, reinvesting locally, and a downtown that works for everyone, not just those who can afford to store a car all day. Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham.
I think there's a lot of people who, if we're going to talk about subsidies, we're subsidizing transit pretty significantly as well right now. And so I think we have to have balance there. I think it's an exercise that I don't want to have if we're going to pit transit riders with car drivers, especially being an East Side guy who drives. I think there's places where we can talk about carpools. We can speak in all those 100,000 foot levels. But right now, for me, the issue is timing and kind of the execution of how we go about this. I think there's some details that I'm just not comfortable with yet. Like the folks that are talking about the 2-hour limit, they're speaking to me. That really concerns me. I mean, if we've got extra parking off the avenue, off 4th Avenue, then the bottom line is that we shouldn't have a problem with 2, 3, 4 hour parking. Shouldn't be a problem to be able to do 4 hours. I'm gonna be honest with you, on the meter side, adding an extra 10 cents or 15 cents per 15 minutes, we only charge $1 an hour. I'm okay with popping that a little bit, but the monthly fees and the stipend with the employees, that really concerns me. I'm like, wait a minute, not so fast. The other part is on the 4th Avenue side. When we're talking about the 400 pieces, are we including what we've got up along 8th Street and 9th Street as well? And how far are we going all the way to University to the bridge where you go over to Club Congress, or is it, excuse me, Hotel Congress? Or are we talking about just 4th Avenue from 6th Street to the Shanty? Because that probably has a big weigh on where I am. Remember, when we built the development next to where the O'Malley's parking lot was, we lost a spot where a bunch of people parked on the avenue. And so for the folks who operate businesses on the avenue, they're still reeling in some of those revenues. So while I appreciate the effort, and this is a really good fourth earnest piece, right now it's not quite ready for prime time. I'd like to delay it and give us a chance to meet with some of the folks who spoke tonight. What's really interesting about the folks who spoke tonight, and this is just me, you know, I've only been a councilman for 15 years, so what do I know? But it doesn't look like you guys just organized a thing where everybody showed up and said the same thing. This is literally a organic groundswell of opposition from a bunch of different perspectives. And that right there should be a red flag when you're making good policy. So while I don't want to reject this wholeheartedly and summarily, I do think it's important that we say, hey, look, why don't we delay or table this item and go back to the drawing board a little bit. It needs some tweaks, especially when it comes to the length of time you can do a meter downtown, whether or not we can help out our employees with the stipend and actual residents, and even cooperate with some of the hotels. And why don't we see how we can tweak this a little bit? I think it's really great work by staff as far as their intent is pure. Their intent to try to make downtown and 4th Avenue work is pure. So I don't want to be slamming staff about this. But at the same time, this one's just not quite ready. I think we got some work to do. And I think we can come up with a package that even everybody else out here who said no can live with. Let's see if we can come together, people. I think there's something there. I think definitely the per 15-minute rate is definitely worth doing. I mean, but I think it's really hard to parse that out at the table tonight. So my proposal is, if anybody wants to entertain the motion like that, is to delay this and see if we can just make some tweaks that are a little bit more workable.
Alrighty, before we move in this direction, I know that Councilmember Schubert wanted to speak, and then Councilmember Barajas.
All right, first I want to thank everybody who's reached out to the Ward 6 office and also shown up here tonight to speak. I know it's not easy, even sending an email. And I also want to acknowledge that I'm less than 2 months into this role, and I understand and really appreciate Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and Councilmember Ulick putting this together for us. But it does feel a little bit like I jumped into the middle of the conversation. Just a few other comments. My perspectives about parking are incredibly similar to Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. I too appreciate the work of Donald Shoup on the impact of parking on our cities and affordability, especially in terms of subsidizing public transit. I'll just comment that we all subsidize the roads through our taxes, whether we drive or not. So we're subsidizing all kinds of public amenities for everybody else. I want to call attention to the responses that we received. As Councilmember Cunningham commented, it was very organic. Everybody's saying things in their own words. It's not a coordinated effort. We received about 10 emails, half directly from Ward 6 about this issue, all in opposition. Respondents included Jill from Shays, who's also the new co-chair of the El Corazon Bid Steering Committee. I know the Heart of Tucson was mentioned. Wooden Tooth, Surly Wench, Aveda Institute, and more. More comments are continuing to come into our office. A few of the arguments we've received One is that Park Tucson hasn't been regularly meeting in order to adequately weigh in. I just wanted to ask the question of, because I saw in the November 5th Mayor and Council meeting, general public outreach and engagement with Park Tucson was supposed to happen. I just wanted to ask if that did happen.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Schubert, are you talking about the Park Tucson Commission?
Yeah. So there was public outreach and the opportunity for residents to.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So there has been conversations with the Park Tucson Commission as recently as December. Following the, I believe it was the notice of intent, we do have information on our website. And we also did quite a bit of public outreach the first round of fee increases, as well as the extended meter enforcement hours. So there has been an ongoing dialogue with stakeholders around these changes that are being proposed tonight.
Thank you. And the original vote on the fee increase was in April of 2024, is that right, Director Credio? Okay, thank you. Common themes, we heard folks complaining about parking challenges, costs, also the accessibility of the app. Many concerns over the revenue from the meters not being spent on investing in the same areas that are in need of investment. We heard from Aveda students who are on financial aid. We heard many comments about inconsistent and confusing signage, and 4th Avenue not benefiting from parking revenue and infrastructure as much as downtown. Also, a lot of comments about employee safety and the cost of parking for low-wage earners. And we know that the restaurant and hospitality and industry that drives downtown is the pay is not awesome in many cases. The parking app is confusing, especially for elderly residents who aren't used to using their phones. And it's clear from the public hearing tonight and from the comments we received that there's a clear disconnect in people's minds between paying for parking and then investing in the area, charging for the parking. So I'm really interested in what we can do to visibly improve the landscape in places where we charge for parking, make it very obvious where your money is going. And there's still a lingering impression about how there's no parking downtown. And this has been a problem for years, as people have said. So I have a few comments. Do we have any data about the impact of previous fee increases? We've received many comments, but I wonder if we have actual analysis from the city about that.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Schubert, the only data I think that we have is just taking a look at our parking revenues and where they're coming in at. We absolutely expected there would be some sort of price elasticity. Anytime you increase fees or extend meter enforcement hours, we would expect that there would be some shift in how people are going to choose to park.
Thank you. I'm also really concerned hearing about residents, tenants, and workers who literally have to pay to park so that they can go to where they live and where they work. That doesn't feel right to me when we're concerned about equity. I've heard concerns about the 2 hours versus the 4 hours thing. I've lost track of the complaints I've heard about that. The broken meters is real. Let's see, workers whose parking stipends haven't increased. Overall, any other city, if you go downtown, we're still a bargain to park in, but I also think that we've heard very real concerns tonight about things like accessibility and affordability. And as the representative who, Ward 6 is the most affected by these changes, so I would feel pretty good about continuing this item just to allow more time to delve into those concerns and ensure that they are fully addressed. I would also be interested in seeing if we could have a report in 6 months to a year after implementing whatever changes we decide to, just to see the tracking of where the investment in revenue occurred and is it working, basically. I think that you all are going to feel better about any potential changes if you have some measure of assurance and accountability about how that money is being spent, because we definitely need more investment in the heart of downtown, the El Zone district, which includes 4th Avenue and the area nearby. So again, I just want to appreciate everybody for reaching out to our office and for making your concerns known. I know this isn't an easy topic, and I'm glad that we can have open discussion at the dais about this.
Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, before I share some comments, I do have a couple questions. What costs such as updating signage and information on the parking meters will be incurred as a result of these changes? And will there be an inventory just to check the current existing meters to make sure they work? And then the second part is has Park Tucson ever explored prepaid options or other ways to balance out this fee for workers and students? And then I have some comments, but go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mayor. Councilmember Barajas, what was the first part of the question? I just missed it.
What costs such as signage and information on parking meters will be incurred?
Thank you for those questions. The cost for signage is typically pretty negligible. We've already signed, we've re-signed many of the signs around downtown for the 7 p.m. We would do the same for 10 p.m. What we've done is we've designed it in a way that we can easily update those signs. We don't have to recreate the entire sign panel. We can just update essentially the decal that goes over the current one. So I'm not too concerned about the cost there. Regarding the meters, we do know that that is an issue. We have a team that works on repairing the meters as quickly as we can. We should have almost on every single meter a sticker that advertises that you can also pay through the app. A lot of times people pull those stickers off and then it becomes difficult. How do you pay if the meter doesn't work? So you can always pay the meter through the app if the meter's not working. Regarding the meters themselves, we have begun talking with the city manager and our Park Tucson staff about the need to replace our meters citywide. It's a substantial cost. I know it's in excess of $1 million that we currently don't have a budget for. And so, part of the conversation around these fee increases and the extended meter enforcement hours is developing some fund balance to be able to pay for these deferred needs. And was there another question at the end there?
If Park Tucson has explored any type of prepay options or other, incentives for workers and students?
I believe, I don't know if we have prepaid options. I mean, the best thing that we have right now are our permit passes that we offer that people can come in and buy. I don't know that we have a prepaid option, but that is something we can look into.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to share a few words, and I want to thank our business community and our downtown residents for being here with us tonight. I do understand concerns from the community that these increases do not impact everyone equally. Those who don't have the convenience walking, biking, or transit access to downtown, those who need to drive for accessibility accommodations, those that have families, and those who find these increases unaffordable. That said, we do currently offer fare-free transit, and I encourage our community to use our transit system, including the Sunlink streetcar, especially with the new transit app that is easier and more convenient than it has ever been. I also want to share a little story. I did study at UCLA and actually took Professor Donald Shoup's class. And I'll tell you, he's famous for talking about the high cost of parking, free parking. And that was the most difficult class for a Tucson kid to understand how expensive parking was in Los Angeles. However, it did force me to take the big blue bus or to carpool with students coming from the east side or south side of Los Angeles because parking was very expensive in Westwood and at UCLA. And I have also worked in communities where I have seen parking fees transform cities. I've worked at a youth center where those parking fees were reinvested in the youth. So if this is going to be enforced, we must reinvest in this community and especially our business corridors. I do want, the heart of Tucson to be accessible for all, to our Tucson community, as well as our tourism district. And I would like to propose that we really study and evaluate how these parking fee increases will impact our residents, our workers, our business owners, and our working class families before we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor.
it seems like we might be working towards a consensus to postpone a little bit so that we can do a deeper dive, which I agree with. I think there are going to be higher fees, and we may eventually have the late night. But let's do it in a way that doesn't hurt businesses. And I agree we need to look at the stipend. Not that we're rich in money right now, and maybe it doesn't happen this year. And what really intrigues me is the quandary of 2 hours benefiting businesses because of the turnover versus 4 hours benefiting other businesses because then they're there and they don't have to leave your business. And there might be some ways of resolving that. In some areas, 4 hours would be great around the Rialto. Along 4th Avenue where you're wanting people to come in and out, maybe it's 2 hours. I don't know. But let's take some time and maybe look. I'm asking staff to take some time and look at that, and maybe we don't come up with an answer. And I agree. When we can get people into alternatives, and maybe there's some strategies where employees can find a better parking place, a safe parking place. I really agree with that. By the way, my son's a downtown employee. I think you know him probably, right? Hashtag. To use the SunTran as a way to get to your business as an employee, and because it's an amazing thing. And I've seen over the last 11 years having the modern streetcar build up everything. And so for us to support that effort, I think is where we're coming from. And hopefully we can get there without destroying small businesses and pissing off people who live downtown. So I agree with the postponement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, I just wanted to add to the conversation, and I just want to remind everyone the conversation that we had that got us here today. The conversation about the heart of Tucson and being able to create a district that would reinvest in itself. That parking and transit indeed shouldn't be pitted against each other, but that it should work with each other to make sure that we make it much more accessible and available for everyone to use the streetcar and to be able to have an easy time finding parking in our downtown. I know I hear the same thing, Councilmember Schubert, that there's not enough parking in our downtown, but we do have certain parking garages that are completely empty after 5 p.m. And so I really do believe we've got to be able to create the communications plan and action plan to be able to use those parking garages after 5 for the benefit of workers, of people that live downtown, and people that are using the entertainment in our downtown. And so, you know, I think that one of the most important things that we could do is support our residents and our small businesses. I heard from Mr. Owens and Rachel, and we do business. The city of Tucson does business with you, and you all do such an incredible job. You're so valuable to all of us. I hear the constituent concerns. I hear my colleagues on the council in terms of being able to delay it and then have additional conversations with our businesses. I absolutely understand, Councilmember Schubert, that you want to have at least an opportunity to work this item and work this issue so we can come to a good conclusion. I think we're going to have to move that process forward and move it quickly, and be able to come to a responsible solution for everyone. I think that the more information we share about really what parking is costing us, and how we best use it in our downtown. It concerns me that Jasmine from, I think it's Sorley Ranch, I was here when we had the conversation about 4th Avenue and finding additional parking, especially for the workers. And I think that we had thought about how we find solutions for Fourth Avenue workers especially. There is evidence that proves that moving people quickly from parking meters is better for businesses. It's keeps people moving and brings new clients into the business and opens up parking spots throughout, in our case, Fourth Avenue or Congress or Broadway. But saying that, I also understand the request to take our time, to get the input, to do more outreach, and be able to come to a good conclusion. So I would request that we do not throw this and all the work that has been done for this away. I think that we can reach a good conclusion amongst all of us, especially those on the council that are closer in terms of representing the businesses and neighborhoods that are affected by this, and work diligently to find some solutions to the issue. So I would request that we delay the item and then bring it back within the next 3 months, or I don't know. I don't know what the request would be to bring it back, but bring it back with an alternative solution.
Do we need a
Vice Mayor?
motion for that, Mayor?
Yeah,
Or
I
do
think we
or
do.
do you do?
Do we need a motion?
And I think Councilmember Schubert was in line for this motion.
I move that we continue this item to a future meeting, not to exceed 3 months from now.
So there's a motion. May I have a second? There's a motion and a second. And do we need to do roll call? Alrighty, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Schubert?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mrs. Barajas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes by a vote of 7-0. And Councilmember Schubert, you have a lot of homework to do, lots of engagement, and I would be more than happy to help with that as well. Thank you. Alrighty, thank you all. Thank you for coming. Really appreciate you. Item 9, right? All right, thank you, everyone. Yeah, stretch out, stretch out. So we're going to move on to item 9, if that's okay with you. I think we have a couple more items. So item 9, Ms. Clerk.
Rezoning ordinance adoption, TPENT 0623 00030, Mr. Car Wash, Grant Road, C1 to C2 in Ward 2.
City Manager's Communication Number 18, dated January 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 1.23 acres from C1 Commercial to C2 Commercial zoning. The rezoning area spans 2 parcels and is located on the north side of Grant Road, approximately 200 feet east of Craycroft. The City Manager and zoning examiner recommend approval of the rezoning request. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Mayor and members of the council, Lexi Welt with the Planning Center on behalf of Mr. Car Wash.
Hi, Lexi. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements in this?
Yeah, it's already built, so we are very much so in agreement. So thank you all so much.
Of course. Thank you so much, Lexi. Alrighty, what is the council's pleasure? Oh, Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read ordinance 12221 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12221 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located on the north side of Grant Road, approximately 200 feet east of the Craycroft Road and Grant Road intersection, in case TPENT 0623 00030, Mr. Car Wash, Grant Road, C1 to C2, and setting an effective date.
Mr. Cunningham, please tell us this is the same one that we have been dealing with?
I think this is the 4th time we voted on this car wash.
This is the 4th time that we have had this in front of us.
The biggest thing with this one is there's a technical sliver on like 22 feet after the fact they built it, and then I think they're taking over for another one. But at this point, because I feel like we've had 3 car washes come back to the council 3 times, all in the last 3 months, which is 3 cubed. That's 27 votes for those following along. I don't even know which car wash this is anymore. I'm kidding. This is the Grant and Craycroft car wash. It's already completed. Your Honor, it meets all the setbacks. The neighborhood opposition, everybody kind of knows what's going on. So I move we pass and adopt it.
Second.
Alrighty, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mrs. Schubert?
Aye.
Ms. Barajas?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12221 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10.
Rezoning ordinance adoption, major change to preliminary development plan and conditions, TP MOD 0825-000045, Superstar Car Wash, Golf Links in South Pantano, C1 to C2 in Ward 4.
City Manager's Communication Number 19, dated January 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request on behalf of the property owner, SSWC 22508 Golf Links LLC, for a major change to the preliminary development plan and conditions for the rezoning case TP-ENT-1022-00001. The proposal is located at the southeast corner of East Golf Links Road and South Pantano Parkway. The city manager and zoning examiner recommend approval of the rezoning request. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Madison Leak on behalf of Superstar Car Wash.
Hi, Madison. Thank you for waiting.
No problem.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
We are, thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12222 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12222 relating to zoning, amending zoning conditions and preliminary development plan in the area located on the south side of East Golf Links Road, approximately 350 feet east of the intersection of Golf Links and South Pantano Parkway in case TP MOD 0825-000045 related to TPENT 1022-00001 Superstar Car Wash, Golf Links C1 to C2, and setting an effective date.
Same question goes to you, Councilwoman Lee. Is this the same car wash we have been seeing here in front of us?
Yes, ma'am. We get the mayor's wrath when one of these comes forward. No, this is the same item, and it is up and running. I've washed my car there, and the staff is amazingly wonderful people. So this is just a minor change to an agreement with a wall between the neighbors. So same car wash. And Mayor, I would like to move that we pass and adopt ordinance 12222.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
I just want to let
Councilmember.
everyone know, Ms. Lee and I are in agreement. Please, developers, no more east side car washes. Thank you.
Okay. If no further discussion, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Barajas?
Aye.
Ms. Schubert?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12222 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 11.
Rezoning ordinance adoption, TPENT 0425-00007, Tunidito Children and Family Services, North Mountain Avenue and East Duke Drive, R1, R2 to O1 in Ward 3.
City Manager's Communication Number 20, dated January 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 0.25 acres from R1, R2 to 01 or O1 at 1320 East Duke Drive expansion parcel. The 0.25 acre site contains an existing 1,440 square foot structure to be used as a medical service outpatient facility that would connect with a new pedestrian path to the existing Tunidito Children and Family Services complex on a separate 1.09 acre property located immediately adjacent at 3922 North Mountain Avenue. The city manager and zoning examiner recommend approval of the rezoning request. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present? Hi, Carrie. I have not seen you. How are you?
I'm great. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year
Honorable
to
Mayor
you.
and members of the council. Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan, representing Tunidito.
And is the applicant agreeable to the requirements?
We are, and we are very excited to get going. So
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
are too. We are too. Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read ordinance 12223 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12223 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located on the southeast corner near the intersection of North Mountain Avenue and East Duke Drive in case TPENT 0425-00007, always have a hard time, Tunidito Children and Family Services, 1320 East Duke Drive, R1, R2 to O1, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move we pass and adopt ordinance 12223.
Seconded.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I just want to add that Tunidito Children and Family Services is a place of hope, understanding, and care for families navigating loss, grief, and trauma. This particular expansion is something that's really good for our community. Tunidito will reach even more families and children, providing comfort and counseling in a safe, welcoming, beautiful space. So I just want to add how much we value Tunidito and what it does for children and families in our city. With
Your
that,
Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham?
So one quick thing, and again, we're going from an R1 to an O1, which is fine. It's actually, this is a no-brainer, and Tunidito, all that stuff. But with Corin here, I want to give her this one. When we're going from this R1 to R2 to O1, I think this is part of that adaptive reuse discussion I want to have. Because if we do ever want to go back to residential, I want it to be easy. So that's kind of why we're having this discussion. So anyway, I know that's a platitude that's not directly related to this, but I think it should be mentioned for the record.
Thank you, Councilmember. With that, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Schubert?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Barajas?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12223 Passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 12.
Special exception ordinance adoption, TPENT 0725000015, Verizon Cletus, East Metric Place, I-1 Wireless Communications Facility in Ward 5.
City Manager's Communication Number 21, dated January 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to approve a wireless communication facility as a special exception land use. The special exception site is located about 1/4 mile north of East Ajo Way and is adjacent to Interstate 10 at 1501 East Metric Place in an Industrial 1 zone. The city manager and zoning examiner recommend approval of the rezoning request. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, David Kluchnik here representing Pinnacle and Sunset Towers.
Thank you, Mr. Klichnik. Are you agreeable to put the proposed requirements?
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12224 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12224 relating to zoning, a special exception land use wireless communications facility, TPENT 0725-00015, Verizon Cletus, Monopole, East Metric Place, 1/4 mile north of East Ajo Way, and adjacent to Interstate 10, approving with conditions the construction of a wireless communication facility, 80 feet in height, located in the I-1 zone and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
I move to pass and adopt ordinance 12224.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Barajas?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mick Schubert?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Alrighty, ordinance 12224 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 13.
Special exception ordinance adoption, TPENT 0725-00013, Verizon Relish Monopole, South 12th Avenue, C2, Wireless Communications Facility in Ward 1.
Alrighty, City Manager's Communication Number 22, dated January 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to approve a wireless communication tower as a special exception land use. The special exception site is located at 4775 South 12th Avenue, approximately 700 feet north of the intersection of 12th Avenue and Irvington Road on the east side of the road. The city manager and zoning examiner recommend approval. Is the applicant present or the applicant? Oh, okay, hi.
I am.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12225 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12225 relating to zoning, a special exception land use wireless communications tower, TPENT 0725-00013, Verizon Relish Monopole, located approximately 700 feet north of the intersection of South 12th Avenue and Irvington Road at 4775 12th Avenue, approving with conditions the construction of a wireless communication tower, 70 feet in height, placed within approximately 1,575 square foot ground area surrounded by an 8-foot-inch high CMU wall and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure on this item?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance 12225.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this?
Your Honor, I'd like to make a special announcement.
Okay.
I got a text right now I want to update the council about. Tonight, the Tucson Unified School District had its spelling bee, and my son Luke got out 6th at place. And he was very upset that I'd be mad at him. So I want to tell him publicly that I'm very proud of him, that he made the district spelling bee and got 6th place.
Okay. Nothing to do with the item, but I will give you a point of personal privilege.
Thank you for indulging me, Your Honor.
Alrighty. So let's go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Barajas?
Aye.
Ms. Schubert?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12225 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 14,
Adjournment.
council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, February 23rd, 2026, at or after 5:30 PM. Have a wonderful rest of your week, everyone.
Literally texted me, he's worried you'll be mad. Dude.